Good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to the 2025 edition of the Tallinn Combined Events, a silver level meeting on the World Athletics Continent Combined Events Tour. The host venue, that beautiful blue track in front of you, is the Tallinn Athletics Hall, and along with this event, staging the Estonian Championships in the pentathlon and heptathlon over the next couple of days. Some of the world's leading multi-eventers will also be in action. Among them, the world indoor silver medalist Sander Skutheim of Norway. He'll be coming up in just a few minutes' time in the second heat of the men's heptathlon 60 metres. But this is heat one, the first half of the field, and we're rifling across the lanes here. There is Yuma Maruyama of Japan. He is a 7:06 athlete at his best. And I mentioned there is Risto Lillemets of Estonia. I mentioned that this does double as a national championships for Estonia. There is Taavi Czerniawski, also Estonian, has a best of 7:02 for the 60 metres. That is Martin Roasto of Estonia. He's in the under 23 category. He's 21 years old. And on the inside lane, Henri Losse of Estonia. So 7 men will go to the line for heat 1 of the 60 metres in this opening event of the men's heptathlon. Quickest of them is in the middle lane, lane 5, Risto Lillemets. That indeed is Lillemets. He is a 6:93 athlete at his best. He's been in action throughout January already, though. He's clocked 7:11 for 60 metres, but the fastest man this year is in the lane closest to the camera there, in that purple Taavi Czerniawski. Indeed, it is Czerniawski who gets a good start, but perhaps it was too good a start because the men will be recalled. And I'm delighted to say I'm joined once again this weekend, as it was last weekend, by Holly Bradshaw, Olympic medalist in the pole vault and former combined eventer as well. Holly, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, we had an action-packed weekend of combined events in France last weekend, and I'm excited to be back again to commentate on this competition. There's lots of brilliant athletes in action. I think it's going to be a spectacular competition this weekend.
Yeah, we did see last weekend in France there was plenty of false starts, and looks like we're off to a similar way here. But of course, a false start will not be fatal for these men. They are allowed the one glitch in the multi-events. It's difficult to tell from that who was at fault. A lot of twitching there.
Looked like that. Yeah, it looked like a little twitch from Lillemets, eager to get going. I wonder whether with combined eventers they aren't as scared for that first false start.
It certainly does seem to be that way, but plenty of twitching going on. Perhaps just a faulty start, but either way, the men settle back into the blocks for the second attempt. From right to left, Henri Losse, Martin Roasto, Taavi Czerniawski, Risto Lillemets, Yuma Maruyama, Christian Rosenberg, and David Janssen. Away they go on a very even start there. Czerniawski going well along with Lillemets in the middle lanes. It's the two Estonians at the moment who hit the line together. Looked like Lillemets just shaded that 7:02 unofficially. That would be a big season's best for him either way. Once that's made official, it looked like Lillemets just had the edge over Czerniawski.
Yeah, it was a very close race. I was expecting Lillemets to come through for the win with that big personal best over the rest of the field. That will be a big season's best for him if that time stands for him.
A very good start for Lillemets. You can see Czerniawski got off to a great start as well in that lane beside him.
Yeah, it always amazes me when athletes still have a good start even though there's just been like a false start, but like you say, it might have just been a green card. We didn't see that, so.
But yeah, Lillemets is an 8,156 point decathlete. He's been well over 6,000 points in the heptathlon as well. 6,089 his best. And of course he was a European indoor medalist back in 2023 in the heptathlon. Has amassed 4 national titles in total in Estonia, and will be seeking a 5th this weekend in the heptathlon. Off to a very good start with 7:02 unofficially for him. It is over in the blink of an eye, but it's a beautiful venue, the Tallinn Athletics Hall. And some of the world's best will be strutting their stuff on it this weekend, including a man who's coming up in the next section of the men's heptathlon, 60 metres. Sander Skottheim of Norway, as we see confirmation there for Lillemetz. 7:01 takes the win ahead of Chernyavsky. 7:03 for him, and it was Japan's Yuma Maruyama, who trains in Estonia under the guidance of Erkki Newell. He is third in 7:05. So 800 plus points on the board for most of those men as they move onwards. And coming up in just a little bit of time will be the long jump, with shot put and high jump to follow later on today. And again, a lot of these athletes will be building up towards attempted qualification for the European Indoor Championships and World Indoor Championships, both in March. The first of those in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands. The Worlds, of course, in Nanjing in China. Very different qualification criteria this year. 14 men will make each event, or 14 women as well in the multi-events at those, but the Euros have set a standard. The Worlds, however, it's just the top 14 spots on world rankings. Top 13 via world rankings, and then one invitation from World Athletics.
Yeah, it's an action-packed indoor season for these athletes. Very rare you get a European indoors and a world indoors in the same season, but of course Nanjing is like a competition that was cancelled back in that COVID year, so they decided to pop it in this year. So it's great for the athletes. They get two opportunities at a major championships indoors, and luckily for them, Japan, the World Outdoors, is so late in the season. They've got all the time in the world to get back into training and prepare for that World Outdoors in Japan.
Will be an action-packed season this year, and indeed an indoor season. Plenty of the action being brought to you by European Athletics. Stay tuned to their website and social media platforms for details of other streams that will be coming your way on the build-up to those European indoors next month. But 7 men now stand behind their blocks for Heat 2 of the men's heptathlon 60 metres. We'll be starting in the outside lane, lane 8. This is Marcel Meyer of Germany. Has a best for the 60 metres of 7:02. Has already clocked 7.19 this year. Beside him, the overwhelming favourite for victory, the defending champion at the Tallinn combined events, that is Sander Skottheim of Norway, a 6:99 60 metre runner at his best. That is Rasmus Roslet of Estonia, one of those in contention for the national title this weekend. 6:94 is his best, and beside him from Czechia, Willem Straski, 6:87 for 60 metres is his best. This is Hans Christian Hausenberg of Estonia. He is the quickest in the field over 60 metres. 6:82 at his best, 6:87 this year. And beside him, another flyer in the 60, Yariel Soto of Puerto Rico, 6:85 his best. And finally, on the inside lane, Andris Skadins of Latvia has been under 7 seconds this year, 6:99, a personal best in recent weeks for Skadins. So, a lot of eyes will be on Sander Skottheim, who has been below 7 seconds, 6:99 his best. He'll be going in lane 7 on the far side of your shot. But there are quicker men in the field over 60 metres, and Hans Christian Hausenberg is the quickest. He goes in lane 4, third from the right. Expect him to feature well here. There they go. It's a very even start. Going well there is Ruslet and Straski in the middle, but flying through here it is Ruslet, Rasmus Ruslet. No, sorry, it was Hausenberg indeed, not Ruslet, who came through there. I was looking at the lane in the wrong order, but Hans Christian Hausenberg with a flying performance. 6:85 it is unofficially. I think either way that will be corrected 2, a
Yeah, you
big
could tell
season's
him.
best for him.
He just claps his hands there. I think he was expecting a little bit quicker. Obviously, that is a season's best, but what a run from him.
Yeah, he got out
Wonder whether
so
he
well
was
there,
thinking,
very low to the ground. You can see there in that first 20, 30 metres, just gave him the advantage, and Hausenberg was just not coming back.
no, brilliant performance from him. Clearly a very, very fast athlete.
And a very good performance there from Skutheim towards the outside as well, and indeed Andres Skadins on the inside lane. So if 685 for Hausenberg, you'd have to imagine that Sander Skutheim in second is going to be very close to a personal best over 60 metres as we see the start there. Again, a little bit of twitching in the blocks.
Yeah, quite a few of these men haven't recorded the season's best this indoor season, which tells to me that this is their opening competition. It's still very early on in the indoor season, beginning of only just tipped over into February. February seems to be an action-packed month for the indoor season, with competitions coming every couple of days, as we see the results here with that confirmed win of 685 for Hausenberg.
Yeah, coming in second there, Sander Skutheim is outside his personal best, but a strong start nonetheless to take second amongst that field, 704 for him. And then from Czechia, Willem Straski takes third with 705. Andrew Skedins a tick behind, back and forth, 706 for him in that inner lane. That is confirmation of the results for section 2 of the men's heptathlon 60 metres. And the favourite, Sander Skutheim, who is the overwhelming favourite this weekend. A man with a personal best for the heptathlon of 6,407 points, a Norwegian record to win World Indoor Silver last year. And there are the standings after that. As you can see, a whopping 936 points into the bag for Hans Christian Hausenberg. Skutheim very much in contention after the first couple of events.
Yeah, those results are very close after that first event. Nothing really much to play into other than that great run from Hausenberg with topping 900 points.
Certainly we would expect Hausenberg to be in contention as well. He is the second best on personal bests. And of course he is the favourite for the Estonian title in the heptathlon, which will be decided this weekend. But it is not just, of course, a national competition, it is very much an international competition, and Hausenberg will try to keep Sander Skutheim honest in the battle for overall victory. But Skutheim, if he performs the way we're used to him performing in recent years, the 22-year-old Norwegian will be the overwhelming favourite for victory, as we see a full rundown there of all 14 men, where they stand. One event down, 6 to go. And just to confirm, we'll be with you throughout the afternoon here, and the next event will be coming up at 1:20 local time, so about 38 minutes from now. The shot put will be on at 3 p.m. local time, and then we'll be finishing off with the heptathlon high jump that will be coming up at 4:30 p.m.
Yeah, it's just worth noting for those spectators at home watching this, the European indoor qualification mark for this men's heptathlon is 6,150, and I'm sure a few of these guys will be looking to tick that off ahead of those European indoors in Apeldoorn in just over a month's time.
Yeah, 14 men and 14 women will get to go to Apeldoorn in the heptathlon and pentathlon. 12 men currently have the automatic standard on the men's side of 6,150. You can also qualify via decathlon, but you need 8,450 points, which is a lot easier said than done to qualify that way. But of the 12 men with the automatic standard, it's highly likely a lot of them will not show up in Apeldoorn, so rankings are also another method of qualification. But for now, we'll just step away momentarily.
Last year here,
you
won this competition. After that, you got silver from World Indoor Championships, silver from European Championships. You didn't succeed in Olympic Games. So about your last year, are you happy overall, or?
Happy and frustrated.
in Olympic Games you had a problem with pole vault. Have you figured out what went wrong there?
I guess we will see tomorrow.
Okay. And Norway has Olympic champion now, Markus Ruud. So can you describe what are your relationship with him? Are you friends or competitors or both?
I would say we are both. We are competitors, like basically mostly competitors, but we get along well on meets. So, yeah.
And you got even a Fair Play award because you helped him in Olympic game in the last event. So can you tell us how much this meant for you?
It's very cool to get a Fair Play award, but it's a cool thing to get. But I don't hope I have to do the pacing again.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck for this competition.
Thank you very much.
vist kaugushüppajatest, väljamaalastest lähevad kõige tagasihoidlikum resultaat, Ilves Starski pole ka 7 meetrit veel täis saanud, 6,95. Aga vaatasin jälle vale tulpa järjel Soto 7,88, 7,82. Hüppanud oma parimas mitmevõistluses ja tema vist ongi paremuselt 3. kaugushüppaja seniste tulemuste järgi meie seltskonnas siin täna üldse. Ilves Starski 7,47 isiklik rekord parimas mitmevõistluses 7,25. Teised mehed siis on kuskil seal 7,20, 7,40 kandis. Hans-Christian Ausenbergist juba rääkisime. Järgmine kaugushüppaja seniste tulemuste põhjal peaks olema veel siis Kristjan Rosenberg 7,42 isiklik rekord. David Seljavski 7,33, Risto Lillevet 7,28, Martin Roasto 7,05, Henri Loose 6,98, Dave Jaanson 6,81. Isiklikud rekordidega enamik küll meestest ja siin on Henri Loosel on suur vahe sees parimas mitmevõistluses 6,58, isiklik park 6,98 ja paranduse maad siin kõvasti tulemas. On, aga võistluse alguseni võib meil siis mõned minutid aega, vaatame, mis saab, kõigi meestel 3 katset ees.
In just under 10 minutes, we will begin the men's long jump. Let's have a look at the records there. The only one who has jumped over 8 meters is on the school time 8:03 and his best effort at 7:75. Just a bit under 8 meters is Hans-Christian Hausberg with 7:96. Then Daniel Soto with 7:82. Jumamaru Jama has jumped 7:48, Ilves Starski 7:47, Marcel Meijer 7:27, and his Scottish 7:13. Christian Rosenberg 7:42, Risto Lillevet 7:28, David Seljavski 7:33, Rasmus Rotsas 7:01, Martin Raasto 7:05.
Good afternoon and welcome back to European Athletics live coverage of the 2025 edition of the Tallinn Combined Events, a World Athletics Combined Events Tour Silver Label event. The host venue, that beautiful blue track, is the Tallinn Athletics Hall in the Estonian capital. This event will double as the Estonian Championships in the heptathlon and of course pentathlon for women, but there are a number of the world's best also in Tallinn this weekend. Among them, of course, Sander Skutheim of Norway, the defending champion. We saw in action a little bit earlier on, running just over 7 seconds in the 60 metres, but now it's all about the long jump. And this is the first of 14 men who will be taking to the runway for the men's heptathlon long jump. This is Willem Stravsky of Czechia, has a personal best of 7:47 for the event. That looks to be out over the 6:50 mark if the counter alongside the pit is to be relied upon.
It looked like a valid jump from what I could see, which is always nice for long jumpers, especially in the decathlon and heptathlon. You don't want to squeeze yourself into a corner and be on 2 X's.
Certainly not on the Combined Events Tour last week in France. We certainly saw some major issues in the long jump. Athletes fouling out, losing their chance. This is Christian Rosenberg of Estonia. Has a personal best of 7:42 in this event. 6:46 his best so far this year. Obviously early days, but most of these athletes have been in action already through January, tuning up for this what is for most the first heptathlon of the year.
Nice bouncy run from him. Looks like another valid jump from what I could see. Doesn't look overly happy with it. Some athletes are so different in how they want to generate their speed. You might see athletes have a quick turnover, putting their feet down, but Rosenberg opting for a nice and controlled, long, low-key stride to build that speed.
Yeah, he's actually been out to 7:29 in the long jump already this year, has Rosenberg. He's almost 8,300 points decathlete. 8,299 his personal best, also set in Tallinn back in 2021. This is Latvia's Andris Skadins, has a personal best of 7:13 for the long jump. And what sort of mark can he get off the board with here as he bounds down that runway? Looked pretty good on the board, but just dropping those feet a little, and he's not very happy with the execution of that jump.
No, his PB of 7:13 is also his season's best, so he's clearly in PB shape, but for me, he just rushed the landing, wasn't patient in the air, put his feet down. You can see that looked to be around 6:20, 6:30, so considering he's in 7:13 shape, not to be surprised that he's a little bit disappointed with that. Looked like he was a little bit forward rotation as he approached the board, and just meant that he couldn't get his feet out in front of him for that leg shoot, and just had to come down early in the sand.
And I mentioned not many of these men. For most, it will of course be their first heptathlon of the year, but Skadins has done one already. He set his personal best in Valmiera back in early January, as we see Henry Lusse of Estonia, who has a best of 6:98 in the long jump, take his first attempt.
Not many fouls in this long jump competition, which I'm surprised about. It's good to see.
Yeah, it's early days, but yeah, the men certainly registering valid attempts so far. And Lusse among them there. You can see him just look down at the board. Great height off the board he gets.
Yeah, I think from what I've seen today is some really nice cut steps. So what you want to see in these jumping events is the last 2 steps, you shorten them, you gather yourself because that prepares you for takeoff. But I'd just like to see a bit more winding up on the runway and accelerating towards that board, which he did really nicely.
So we see Martin Roasto of Estonia, who has the best of 7:05 for the long jump. Just 21 years old.
When you're watching these athletes on the run, you should be able to see every stride gets slightly quicker and quicker and quicker towards the board, and he did that very nicely.
And next up on track, it will be from Germany, Marcel Meyer. His first attempt. He is a 7:27 long jumper at his best. He's been out to 7:12 already this year. Getting the crowd going, good atmosphere, good speed on the runway. Did he hit that board right?
Yeah.
He did not.
No. Thought that looked like it was over. I was going to say, have we just seen our first no jump? But yeah, it looked like he got that crowd going. Got to be so careful asking for a clap, especially in these controlled events like the long jump and the pole vault and the high jump, where it's really important where your run up comes down at that end point. Potentially got a little bit overexcited, a little bit jacked up, and yeah, no jump.
As you can see, just an inch or so adjustment will need to be made by Meyer for his next attempt. As we go back to the runway, and it is Risto Lillemets of Estonia for his first attempt. He is a 7:28 jumper at his best. Indoors again, getting the crowd going. Good to see Sander Skuttheim there walking past, just getting in on the action, giving his rival a bit of support. As Lillemets, who will certainly be in contention for a podium finish in this heptathlon. Ooh, did he hit that board right? That was close.
Yeah, it looked like it could have been a no jump. They're not measuring it, so yeah, been given the red flag.
So Lillemets will have 2 more attempts as we have a look what exactly went wrong there for the Estonian, who was a European indoor medalist in the heptathlon 2 years ago.
Yeah, there's actually only one person in the field gone over the 8-meter mark. Currently, of the 5 men that have registered results, none of which have crept over that 7-meter mark yet, but I think 7 meters is a nice baseline for the majority of this field. You want to be seeing them creep over that 7-meter mark.
See how much of a foul that was, but this man is the favourite for the overall title. One of the star names of the multi-events on a global stretch. It is Sander Skuttheim of Norway. First attempt here in the long jump. Look at the height and the length he generates. As you mentioned, Holly, he is an 8:03 long jumper at his best, a Norwegian under 23 record. Now, what has he managed here on his first attempt? Because that looked big.
It is a valid jump. He almost shot out of the pit. Not quite crept over the 8-meter mark, I don't think, but the crowd seemed to like it. Wow, that's come up on my scoreboard as an 8:19. That's a PB for him.
A huge effort by Sander Skuttheim to start the competition here. Look at the height and the length. I think we can safely say the measurements, or maybe it's the camera angle we're seeing alongside the pit there, do not give an accurate reflection of just how far these men are jumping, because Skuttheim, 8:19, has just added 16 centimeters to his personal best, and with a low 7-second clocking earlier in the 60, he's off to a flying start. And this is Tavi Czerniawski, 7:33 jumper at his best, and that is being measured. Again, it looks to the naked eye short of 7 meters, but we know that Sander Skuttheim's jump looks shy of 8 meters looking at that board alongside, so don't trust that, because that's very likely over 7 meters there from Tavi Czerniawski. the Estonian. But wow, Holly, 8:19 confirmed for Sander Skottheim. So he's only 22, of course. Big breakthroughs in various events, not unusual at that age, but to do so on the first day of February signals things are going very well for the Norwegian.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of jump is world class on a long jump stage, let alone within a heptathlon or decathlon. So yeah, 8:19 is really putting up there.
As we see Yuma Maruyama of Japan take his opening attempt. Again, looks to be around the 7 meter mark. He is a 7:48 jumper at his best. Coached by Erkki Newell and based in Estonia. He's the Asian indoor champion of the heptathlon last year.
The attempt that we just saw from Siervansky was measured at 6 meters 86. So I think the angle we're registered in that board is a little off, I think.
Certainly looks to be the case. Way behind the board there from Maruyama. Probably 20 centimeters or so left on that, as we see Rasmus Ruslet of Estonia take his first attempt. That looks like a foul. Although I'm open to major correction on that because he's getting some applause.
Yeah, if that is a registered jump, that looked to be around the 7 meter mark, but I think you're right, yeah, that is a no jump. Just looks like he's running out of space there. Coming into takeoff, you can see him putting on the brakes, really chopping to make that board.
Next on the runway will be Puerto Rico's Yariel Soto, as we see the very marginal foul there by Ruslet.
Yeah, only very minor foul on the board.
Here is Soto of Puerto Rico, 7:82 his best. He's a man of the world. He currently trains in Santander in Spain, but went to high school in Ohio, in the US. Went to college at the famed University of Arkansas. He's been around as Soto, and he's off to an okay start there, but not thrilled with it. As you can see, he's a 7:82 man, which was jumped indoors as well. He would have expected more than that to start off with, but 2 more attempts for him to get things right.
Yeah, it looked like a really nice approach to that takeoff board. Good run rhythm, really winding up, and then it just seemed like he rushed and put his feet down there and just kind of, you don't want to see the athlete landing in the pit at the same time with the feet and their bum. They want to have their feet going first, and then they use their hamstrings to drag their hips through, and that's how they get that height, whereas it kind of looked like he just feet in, bum in, and you end up losing half a meter.
We will have a chance to make those technical adjustments and be back on the runway soon, as we saw how much distance he left behind the board there as well. So lots to work on for Yariel Soto, but for now, the man who got off to a flying start in the 60 meters, Hans Christian Hausenberg of Estonia, is on the runway, 4th in the world indoors back in 2022 in the heptathlon. What can he produce here? Looks good on the board, and that's a big one, way beyond 7 meters.
Yeah, that looked like 7.5 meters.
7:96 man at his best.
He didn't look happy with that, but that for me, great jump, 7.5 meters.
Reviewing going on with his coach on that tablet. Get the power off the board. You really do see the difference in technique and power when it comes to the men who really could be competitive in the long jump outright. But our coach,
yeah, you can see he did perfectly what I was explaining before, and that has come up as 7:71. What a brilliant jump.
Yeah, his best this season, 7:77. Here's David Janssen of Estonia, his first attempt. 6:81 man at his best. 21-year-old. as you mentioned, the Estonian Championships also being decided, the Tallinn combined events this weekend. That was a foul, as you can see. He looked well over the board there. We'll get a close-up just to see how egregious that infraction was for David Janssen, but he brings to an end round 1 of the men's heptathlon long jump. But you can see that foot looked like it was beyond the board and on that blue track.
Yeah, at the end of round 1, we only have 4 guys out of the 14 not registering a mark, which I think is pretty good.
So we're going back to the start again with Willem Straski of Czechia, his second attempt.
He looked way behind the board again.
Yeah, 6.78 in the opening round for Straski. That looks pretty similar, but might be an improvement, but he does certainly still looks frustrated.
Yeah, way behind the board. Losing at least 20 centimetres there.
Next on track, Christian Rosenberg, as we see 6.61 in the first round for the Estonian. He is a 7.42 man at his best. Let's see if he can improve it.
That looked like an improvement for me on his 6.61 in the first round. Straski on that round previously did actually just pop over the 7 metre mark. 7 on the button.
So
that is a season's best for him.
For Straski. And next on the runway after Rosenberg, as we await the official confirmation of his distance. It looks to be very similar around that 7 metre mark.
Yeah, it's a slight improvement and the season's best for him at 6.89 in that second round for Rosenberg.
So, as we see, lots of adjustments being made and improvements being made as we get through this second round. But now it is time for Latvia's Andris Skadins to take his second attempt. 6.42 to start off with. He's a 7.13 man at his best. That looks around the 7 metre mark yet again.
I think I saw the red flag go up there. It looked like he just creeped over that plasticine, and that will be a no jump.
So no joy there for Skadins, but he'll have one more attempt to try and improve and get closer to that 7 metre mark. See, just stuttering there, taking very short steps on his second and third last step, trying to probably aware of how close that board was coming and aware something needed to be done. Just watch his feet there. But indeed, a clear red flag for Skadins. Henry Losa next up. 6.98, long jumper at his best. Looking down at the board there as well to just check where those feet were.
With that first round effort of 6.86, he is very close to his PB of 6.98.
Next up from Estonia, it's one of the youngest men in action, the 21-year-old Martin Roasto. 7.05 jumper outdoors. 6.92 his best indoors. What can he produce here in round 2 of the men's heptathlon long jump? Looked to be good on the board.
Significant,
but no.
Significantly better, yeah. Oh,
gets the red flag in the end, but yeah, he doesn't generate too much height off the board, Holly, but really does get those legs out in front of him and fly across the space.
He's such a powerful athlete. You can just see him building speed and power and momentum in that run, and he just doesn't gather much height, but yeah, it's like a bullet coming through that pit. Yeah, quite a big foul, I think that was.
Next up, it will be a man, Marcel Meyer of Germany, who did not register a valid jump in his first attempt. Let's see if he can get it right here. Ooh, that was very close on the board again. It's around 7 meters, but the white flag does indeed go up. So Marcel Meyer, big relief for him, I'm sure. It looked like he did plant a lot of his foot on that takeoff board, so I'd imagine this looked close enough from the far away shot. Yeah, no, he's comfortable there, I think, on the board, but Marcel Meyer looks to have unleashed about a 7 meter effort. He is a 7.27 long jumper at his best.
Yeah, big relief for these athletes to get at least one jump on the board. You're still in contention for that overall.
So back to the Estonians, and this is Risto Lillemets, 7.28, his best for the long jump, but again, like Meyer, did not register an attempt, fouled his first attempt, so pressure starting to build on Risto Lillemets. As I mentioned, European indoor heptathlon bronze medalist in 2023. Sure we'll be looking towards a return to those championships in Apeldoorn next month. Let's see what Lillemets can produce here in his second round. Needs a valid jump.
Maybe valid, but again, he looks like he just snatches at the ground.
It is indeed
looks
being
like
measured.
He's in a rush to get into that sand. You need to be patient and spend as much time in the air as possible, because that's how you're going to travel further in the pit. You just see him snap his feet down there.
Yeah, possibly.
But at least he's got a jump in.
Likely around the 670 or so mark. Meyer's jump in the last round confirmed at 685. So it's not spectacular jumping by his standards, but it's a valid effort.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see whether Sander Skotheim takes another jump. Well, it looks like he will.
I guess he's riding the wave.
Still has 5 other events coming up though. Can it get better than 8.19?
Yeah, it was a 16 centimeter personal best. It was actually it was a 36 centimeter indoor personal best. And he is riding the wave of that. Sander Skotheim, look at the length of that. That's pretty similar, but it is, of course, a red flag. So fouls out here. We'll see if he returns to the runway to take a third attempt. But either way, it would be a job very well done by the 22-year-old Norwegian star in this heptathlon long jump.
Yeah, I mean, it's so early on in the season. If he was at potentially a major championships like the World Indoors or the Europeans, he might opt to save his energy and not jump the last 2, but it's so early in the season. He's already qualified for both of those championships. This really is probably more of a training session in an intense environment to see where he's at and see what he needs to work on ahead of those championships.
Lots of exciting weeks and months ahead for Sander Skotheim, but this is Tavi Chernavsky, 686 in the opening round. That looks quite similar again from the Estonian.
Yeah, he is another athlete that bounds down the runway, long, lopey strides, and as you can see, that front leg kicking out, and he just doesn't wind up at all. Just the same stride length, the same speed the whole way down.
Chernavsky on his Instagram page calls himself the trainer who trains. So he's a coach as well in Estonian athletics, as well as being one of their top performing multi-event athletes. He is an 8,000 point decathlete, and he's involved in the coaching of another man who's against him here this weekend, Christian Rosenberg. So, back to the runway, and Japan's Yuma Maruyama lines up his second attempt. 698 in the first round. Can he improve that here? It looks an improvement. Gets the white flag. That looks a good effort by Maruyama, who is a 7:48 long jumper outdoors, 7:29 his best indoors. And we won't trust our eye too much in terms of these measurements, but that looks like it's over 7 meters to me after a 698 in the first round. Looks to be comfortably beyond 7 meters.
Yeah, he was perfect on the board there, and it did look like a smidge further.
Next up, it will be Rasmus Ruslet of Estonia. 689, sorry, no, I'm looking at the wrong person. I thought that was Maruyama's jump that's just come up. But Ruslet fouled his first attempt, so the pressure is starting to build on the Estonian here. He will want to make this a safe jump and a solid jump.
Oh, that looked very close on the board. Looks like they are measuring it though, so he is safe. Oh no, the red flag was put up. Oh,
so,
no.
The one thing no multi-eventer wants, or indeed long jumper, to go into those first 2 rounds with 2 fouls. And now the pressure will all be on that third attempt. You can see him just chop his stride there slightly. All long jumpers do that, of course, but he had to do it a little more than he wanted to in that final stride or two. It is a second foul, but he will have one more chance to make amends, or his competitiveness in this competition will essentially be coming to an end.
We were right that Maruyama did jump further. It was actually significantly further with a second round effort of 7:19.
Impressive stuff as we see the second round effort from Puerto Rico's Yariel Soto. Great height off the board. It's in the high 6 meter range, gets the white flag, but again, frustration for him. Arkansas Razorback graduate. 681 he jumped in the first round. Really does leap upwards off that board.
Yeah, it's really nice to watch him exit the board. Gets so much height off the board and then just crashes into the pit.
But again, frustration, the overwhelming emotion there for Yariel Soto. As I mentioned, he is a 782 long jumper. As we see Hans Christian Hausenberg, a 796 long jumper at his best. We'll see if he can be inspired by the feats of Sander Skottheim, who made a massive breakthrough. And you know, when you go out to a distance like 8:19, even though he's a multi-eventer, and even though of course he'll be in contention for European and global titles in the multi-events, you're starting to get to a point where you can line up in a few Diamond League long jumps, and maybe just, if things aren't going right for the multis, give the long jump a go individually at a championship. As we see Hausenberg's second attempt for him, it looks like it might have been a foul, but it is a big foul.
It looked like a really nice jump, but I think, yeah, they're raking the pit. That was a no jump.
So no joy there for Hausenberg, who opened with a 771. So perhaps justified, you have to imagine, going for it a bit on that second attempt. Seeing if he could eke out those extra centimeters.
Yeah, I think as a long jumper within a heptathlon, if you have a nice solid attempt under your belt, then why not go max? Got nothing really to lose, and I think that's what we saw with Sander Skottheim in that second attempt. A bit more intensity in the runway, a bit more speed, just trying to eke out any more centimetres.
As we see David Janssen of Estonia take his second attempt to bring round 2 to a close.
At least registering a valid attempt on that one.
Yeah, crucial for the young Estonian. He is on the board. He won't have to sweat too badly his third attempt, but he was close on the board, but perhaps just leaning back a touch too far there in the air.
Yeah, I think the anxiety for any athlete on 2 misses in the long jump or the triple jump or the high jump or even the pole vault, you approach it with so much more trepidation. So anything that you can do to avoid that, he's probably thinking, let's get a little bit of a safe one in, so then on my final attempt I can just up the ante a little bit more.
Certainly, and it will be just Rasmus Ruslet, the only man of the 14 men in the field who will be going into round 3 without a valid attempt, so pressure building on him, but can confirm that 673 was that jump from David Janssen of Estonia. So he's on the board, probably not as big as he wanted, but he's on the board, and that counts for a lot. As we go back, we are now entering the 3rd and final round of this heptathlon long jump, and it is Czechia's Willem Straski who prepares for his 3rd attempt. 7 meters, his best to date from his 2 valid jumps. That looks very similar, maybe just a touch over 7.
Yeah, it's been very consistent run, and where his foot's come down on the board potentially could be a little bit further than 7 meters, but still so much room on that board. He's really far behind it. He's giving away at least 15-20 centimeters.
Yeah, his coach Roman Chevrolet, I'm sure, will be watching on keenly. A lot of pressure being coached by an Olympic champion, but no better man to have in your corner than the Czech star, the Czech legend that is Chevrolet. This is Christian Rosenberg of Estonia. His 3rd and final attempt, having jumped 689 in the 2nd round. And that was a 685 effort, by the way, from Straski, so no improvement for him. Let's see what Rosenberg has produced there. 689 was his best to date.
I'm not sure that looked much further than 689. But we have been deceived a couple of times already today.
Yeah, we'll wait for the official confirmation before guessing too strongly, but...
Oh, that was actually Skrancis.
Yes, you're right. So I think they've changed the running order here.
Retired.
Ah, yes. Next up then will be Henry Lusse. The Estonian who jumped 686 in the opening round. Just followed up with 672. Let's see if Lusse can improve on that. Season's best to start the competition with 686. And things just went wrong in the air on that one.
It's a shame because that run and takeoff looked like his best one of the day. It just looked like he planted his feet in the sand and fell backwards. Maybe a little bit of a rotation there on the board. That's unfortunate. I think it's so easy to forget how technical these events are. Once you've left the board, between hitting the sand and leaving the board is a split second, and you've got to make so many different decisions in the air.
Sometimes all you can do is laugh. Henry Lusse lets out a relieving laugh after that one went wrong. Here's Martin Roasto, fellow Estonian. Great speed once again. We just, as you described him, Holly, like a bullet through the air after he hits that board, but that looks like a foul.
Not sure that looked further than his first attempt anyway.
Does get the white flag.
87. Oh.
So it's just the technical execution of that jump he appeared to be dissatisfied with, but it is a valid attempt by Martin Roasto. We'll see if it's an improvement momentarily. But next up, it is Marcel Meyer of Germany. foul. And then 685, what can he produce in round 3? And it was a season's best of 698 in that last round for Martin Roasta. We'll concentrate back on the runway. Meyer looking to gather some points in this final attempt. .685 is the mark he wants to improve.
Looked like a better technical jump from him. You see the legs shoot out. He really gets everything he can, but it's looked like he puts his elbow down in the sand.
Yeah, lost centimetres, which ultimately is lost points for the German. 778
you
points.
See his elbow.
And a good chunk left on the board as well. That was a 685 jump as well from Meyer, so that will be frustrating. He's equalled his previous best in round 2, but with the amount he left on the board and that elbow coming down early, you'll know that points were left behind him here in the long jump. As we see Risto Lillemets, 678 in the second round for the Estonian. Certainly be a podium contender overall in this competition. He is 6,089 point man in the heptathlon. It was set in Tallinn 4 years ago indoors. And he has a 728 jumper indoors is Lillemets. See if he can maybe threaten that 7 meter barrier here in his third and final attempt. It's close, if indeed it is a valid jump. So the head is bowed. There doesn't look to be anyone measuring that, so we can assume that that was a foul. His third and final attempt for Lillemets. He fouled his opening jump, 678 in the second round. But it looks like he has fouled out in the third. So 762 points for him in the long jump.
Yeah, that is a shame because that looked like... Oh!
Interesting.
So close. That looks like a valid jump to me.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the live results here to see if... yes, indeed, it was a valid jump, so apologies for that. Didn't see anyone measuring that effort, but it was 674 it was, so no improvement for Lillemets in the third round. 678 still his best. As we see Tavi Czernavsky ready to take his final round effort, and no surprise to see that Sander Skottheim has passed on his third attempt following that fantastic, huge personal best of 8:19. So a smile.
Looks like the measuring.
And indeed it is being measured for Czernavsky.
Yeah, I couldn't tell whether that was a smile or a grimace. Looked like a nice technical jump.
686 in his opening round, 681 in the second. Czernavsky improved in the third and final effort. It looks like he has. He kind of bounded out of that pit with the excitement of a kid on Christmas to try and see what he'd managed and get a side-on look at where he landed. Yet to flash up just yet. As we see Japan's Yuma Maruyama, who jumped an excellent 7:19 in the second round, trying to improve. And indeed that was an improvement by Czernavsky, 690. So he's added 4 centimeters to his previous mark. Good for 790 points as we look back at Maruyama, trying to surpass the 7:19 he jumped in round 2. It's close. He's happy with it.
Yeah, it's so difficult to see from this angle. It kind of looks a little similar to his other jump, but he's really happy with it. He has so much speed and power on the runway and he's perfect on the board. Beautiful long jump technique. from the Japanese athlete.
You can see that vision still looking skyward there as he's at the apex of his jump. Still waiting on official confirmation from Maruyama, but back to the runway, and it is a pressure moment for Rasmus Ruslet. 2 fouls to start the competition. 22-year-old Estonian is a 7-meter jumper at his best. But this isn't so much about distance as about getting one on the board to stay competitive in this competition. Here comes Ruslet down the runway, needs this.
Ooh.
That's very close. It is a big effort, but I fear it's another red flag. No, there is applause going up. It may be conciliatory.
It looked like he really had to chop for the board. If we're watching this replay here, it looks like he's coasting and then he just chops. That looks like it could be so close to a no jump.
Very close for Ruslet. As I said, 7:01 was his best. And a big cheer goes up. And I think we know what that means. It is a valid jump by the skin of his socks. It was excellently executed by Ruslet. I tell you what, he didn't make that safe, that's for sure. As we see Yariel Soto of Puerto Rico, 686. We've seen frustration from him on both of his attempts, but he is on the board. And that is a huge personal best. 7:31 for Ruslet. So,
wow.
Talk about clutch jumping from the Estonian. A massive personal best when he needed it most.
Talk about really not taking it safe. 2 no jumps and then a PB.
Brilliant stuff. Back on the runway, Soto looking for that 7-something. That's going to be close to it. Again, frustration with his long jumping today, but it is a valid jump. It is being measured. Let's see if Soto can improve on the 686 he jumped in round 2. As I mentioned, last October moved to Spain, Santander in Spain, where he's training with coach Ramon Torralbo. Formerly, of course, was based in Arkansas, the University of Arkansas, a powerhouse institution of the NCAA. Here is Hans Christian Hausenberg. Brilliant start earlier in the 60 meters. And a very good start to the long jump. It's been a strong first 2 events for Hausenberg. 7:71 in the opening round. Fouled his second attempt, but looking to get closer to that 8-meter mark here in the third and final attempt. The speed through the air again there, astonishing, but frustration on his face as he looks back.
Yeah, I think from what I've learned from my time in athletics is that speed kills, and this guy brings so much speed on the runway. Just translate it all into the jump, and yeah, if that could have been really far.
He's amassed 16 Estonian titles in this weekend in the heptathlon. So we await confirmation of that 3rd round effort for Hausenberg. I think it's pretty close to his 7:71 as we see David Janssen take his 3rd and final attempt. 6:73 for him to try and improve upon in the 2nd round. That doesn't look like an improvement for Janssen.
It was a very small improvement for Hausenberg though. First attempt was 7:71 and 3rd attempt was 7:76. So added 5 centimeters, which we know in the heptathlon, every point and centimeter counts.
Yeah, that brings his tally for the long jump up to a beautifully round number of 1,000 points. 776 for Hausenberg and another 1,000 points in the bag. It's been a strong competition for him. Ordinarily we might say he's putting it up to Sander Skottheim, but then Skottheim goes out and does something like jump 8:19. As you see there, 1,110 points into the bag for Sander Skottheim. The the World Indoor Heptathlon silver medalist last year in Glasgow, European decathlon silver medalist as well, and a name who will be on the scene and winning medals for many, many years in the decathlon and heptathlon in the years to come. Lots of distance left to run in the career of Sander Skottheim. He is just getting started this weekend, as well as in his career. But a brilliant start it's been through the first 2 rounds of competition for the star Norwegian. There are the standings, and we mentioned 2 men who are very much standing out here. Sander Skottheim, 1978, his points tally right now, but Hans Christian Hausenberg, after that win in the 60 metres and a very strong long jump, not all that far behind, 1936, and then it is Rasmus Ruslet, 1742, who is currently rounding out the podium positions, but a long way to go in the men's heptathlon here at the Tallinn combined events. And just a reminder, the next event on track, or I should say the field, will be the shot put. That is coming up at 3 p.m. local time. So just under an hour until the shot put will get underway, and then the high jump will be following that at 4:30 local time in Estonia, which is 3:30 Central European time. Or if you're in the UK or Ireland,
no nii, Rasmus Roosleht kõvasti pakkusid meile põnevast ja pinget. Räägi enne seda 3. katset, mis mõtted su peast endal läbi käisid?
Et tuleb nüüd täis pangale minna, ega muud polnudki. Andsin endast kõik ja isiklik rekord.
Ja emotsioon?
Suurepärane, ei oodanud isegi nii head nagu tulemust, ütleme. Et super.
Mis sul selle kaugushüppega on, et no see paku tabamine on varem ka raskuse valmistanud, et kas see hoojooks on kuidagi ebaühtlane või oskad sa seda kuidagi lahti mõtestada?
Ilmselt on siis ebaühtlane, et alatasa mul kipub üle astuma ikkagi samm. Et tuleb veel treenida ilmselt seda.
Ja 60 meetri aeg oli sul siis 7.08, ilmselt ootasid sealt natuke paremat?
No 10 kindlasti paremat aega, jah.
Oskad öelda, mille taha sealt see 10 jääda võis?
Ütleme, start oli üpris kehva ja sealt edasi olin 60 meetrit on üpris lühike maha, et seal ei anna väga päästa.
Aga siit selle emotsiooni pealt on vist päris mõnus võistluspäeva jätkata?
Kindlasti.
Ja trumpalale vastu minna. Räägi, siin uuenenud rajaga Tallinna spordihallis pole väga palju võisteldud. Kuidas see rada üldse tundub? On see kiire rada?
Peaks olema küll, jah.
Aga meeldib sulle siin joosta võrreldes, ütleme, näiteks Lasnamäe halliga?
Lasnamäel oli kiirem aeg, ütleme, ei, mulle meeldib küll. Ma ei oska nüüd võrrelda, kumb see kiirem tegelikkuses on. Et Lasnamäel ma tegin kiirem aja, et ütleme siis Lasnamäel meeldib rohkem.
Ja räägime siin alavõidu võtnud mehest ka, et 8-19 Sander Skottheim, et mis sa sellise tulemuse kohta oskad öelda üldse?
No ju ta oskab hüpata siis.
Et järelikult peab siin olema suhteliselt hea hüpata ka. Aga täname sind ja jätkad juba oma meelisalaga, kuulitõukega, et edu sulle.
Aitäh!
No nii, saime siis natuke... Rasmus Ruslet there, following the long jump. I hope your Estonian's better than mine. But confirmation of the current standings following 2 of 7 events in that men's heptathlon. And it is, as we expected it to be, a head-to-head up front between Sander Skottheim and Hans Christian Hausenberg, who have started in both the 60 metres and long jump in flying fashion at the Tallinn Combined Events 2025. That's the end of the action for now, but we will be back in just over 50 minutes, coming up at 3 p.m. local time in Estonia. That's 2 p.m. Central European time will be the men's heptathlon shot put, the 3rd of 7 events. We'll join you again then.
9. jaanuaril sel aastal tähistas 60. juubelit Eesti tippmitmevõistleja ja mitmevõistlustreener Andrei Nazarov. Palju õnne selle puhul Eesti Kergejõustikuliidu tehnikatel ka. Jooksuwinter, so minimum 60-meter seat. Eesti esindaja representing Estonia, Hans-Christian Ausenberg. Ja nüüd Tallinna kergejõustikuhalli senise kaugushüpperekordi omanik Roman Ševerle autasustab uut rekordi omanikku kaugushüppe võitjat Sander Stulkaini.
Former Tallinn Sports Hall record holder of men's long jump, Roman Ševerle, awarding Sander Stulkaini the winner of men's long jump. After the long jump event settles on points, in the lead, Sander Stulkaini Norway with 1,978 points. Second, Hans-Christian Ausenberg is only 1,936. Third, Rasmus Rosen is only 1,742. Fourth, Jumal Riana, Japan, 1,724. Fifth, William Starsky, Czech Republic, 1,679. Sixth, Marta Rosta, Estonia, 1,667. Seventh, Tallinn Estonia, 1,662. Eighth, Jari Soto, Puerto Rico, 1,656. Ninth, Andris Scottish, Latvia, 1,646. Tenth, Krista Lillemets, Estonia, 1,641. 11th, Krista Rosberg, Estonia, 1,639. 12th, Henry Lose, Estonia, 1,632. 13th, Marcel Meyer, Germany, 1,615. 4th, David Jackson, Estonia, 1,509 points. Which means that Sander Stulkaini is leading his own best Hamilton by 120 points. Jumal 1+14. The other international guests have a little minus. Jari Soto, unfortunately, minus 295 even. And for Estonian competitors, Rasmus Rosen +96, Raili Lose +174, Marta Rosta +4. Hans-Christian Ausenberg 47 points behind his record schedule. And the rest have been minuses as well.
Järgmine kuulitõuge siis on juba kell 15:00. Sinna on veel natukese aega, aga vahepeal siis hulk noorte 4x200 meetri teate jookse eesmärgiks lüüa Eesti rekord. Alustavad U14 neiud noormehed ja neid on nii palju, et kahe jooksu peale neid võistkondi siis nii palju. Aga jah, siin enam pikalt ei lähe, 14:30, siis esimene stardipauk peaks kõlama, kui U14 noorrühma kõige pisemad võistlejad starti tulevad.
Ja nüüd on meil suurepärane võimalus kuulda sellise mehe nagu Roman Šeberle mõtteid. Hello, Roman. It's very nice to see you here back in Estonia once again. And first of all, I have to say that you look exactly the same as you were as an athlete like 20 years ago. So what is your secret?
Oh, I don't think so. I feel everything and I don't want to compete anymore. It's better to coaching right now the people.
But do you do any sports right now for yourself?
It's difficult because I'm right now I'm coaching and I'm still working on TV in Czech television. Then when I have a time, I go just running and weightlifting, not that much. And I'm golfing, but really easy. Okay. As you heard, you lost your long jump record here. So what to say, 8:19? It's big memories for this hall. No, not only for the long jump, of course, especially I jumped 7.97. I remember that how it was yesterday. And I'm really glad that somebody will broke it because it's good and motivating for the people. And 19, it's really long, and I love this jump and congratulations.
How do you see if you watch competitions these days? Would you like to compete with this generation, or do you prefer your own generation?
This generation is a little bit different than us. I think we had a great generation like Erkki, like Lev, Magnusson, Thomas, and we compete and fight all the decathlon and all the heptathlon. Right now they have a really good international team too, and they love it. I don't know, every generation is something special and some different. Right now it's better to watch it.
And what's the situation with Czech multis? We know that you have had such a big names like yourself, Tomas Dvorak, Smelik, but right now I don't think you have a medal contender.
Yeah, that's right. Right now we had 3 decathletes, all of them training with me. There is Willem Strasky, Kopecky and Havlicek. But I don't think so that right now they can take medals, maybe in the future for sure. And we have one young guy which won the World Championships under 20 last year, Thomas Järvinen, and he's really good and he has big potential to bring the medals and to maybe break the 9 points barrier too.
Okay, and finally, you have been so many times in Tallinn, you have won here. What is your favorite memory from Tallinn?
Yeah, I won 5 times here, these competitions. The biggest memories is when we won, we take a big statue. I have all of 5 statues in my house, and I very love it. And I remember all of these competitions. I very love it here because here was the best crowd ever. And when we fight with Erkki together, it was great times. Then I remember all of these competitions.
Thank you very much, and it's nice to see you here again.
Thank you very much. I am glad to be here.
Jah, me siin jõuame meie lubatud teadteosudeni, alustavad kõige visemad U14 noorserühma, neil on hoogmed ja neiud ja neil on tulemas 2 jooksudest, üles on antud 5 võistkonda, aga võisid ainult 4 radaringraja peal. Ja minnakse Eesti rekordit, mis on 1 minut 48,58 sekundit ja kuulub spordiklubbi Kull ja Liisa Kivisto. Ja nüüd siis tulemas rajale kokku 5 võistkonda eesmärgiga see tulemus üle joosta. Vaatame, kes välja tuleb.
U14 4x200 meetri teatejooksu esimene jooks. 400 spordiklubi eliitsportteide võistkond Teresa Adusoo, Sofia Radi, Ants Saar, Sebastian Mahuri. 300 abisportteide võistkond Oskar Toomas, Kristella Leisi, Tõnu Tiimus, Loore-Maria Põlde. sportliku eliitspordi esimene võistkond. Lotta-Liis Gramm, Marta Marna, Gerd-Martin Mikkonen, Rauno Randlo. Teine nädal apspordi esimene võistkond. Adelia Elismets, Kristoffer Vaik, Alisa Hanson, Hugo Hammer-Sumjan. Esimene Tallinna keemiajõustiku brigaad 1.54.50, teine apsport 1.54.68, kolmas sportliku eliitsport esimene võistkond 1.57.49.
Ja nagu arvata oli, siis teine jooks oli esimesest kiire, nii et võidu võtavad siis Tallinna kergejõustiku klubi Kalev noored, teine koht kuulub apspordile ja apspordi esimesele võistkonnale ja kolmas on spordiklubi eliitsport esimene võistkond.
tiimisport, Looreli Siig, Anna-Liis Aen, Kristjan Kaeri, Oodar Kruuse. Teine rada Tabasalu spordiklubi, Darja Laksberg, Fredo Sobenko, Eliis Murden, Ruuben Siidroo.
klubidega, kõik käivad siis Audentese spordigümnaasiumis, selle võistkonnaliikmed noorem Kristiina Hansalu, Aleksander Krits, Heidi Andrea, Ervin Markus Raudsepp ja U20 rekord on U21.34.09 joostab juba Minskis suurel rahvusvahelisel võistlusel 2020. aastal 1.34.09, siis Eesti koondis jooksid Triine-Mari Elan, Anna-Li Kirikas, Romi Zappar ja Ken-Mark Minkovski. No seda tulemust annab juba ümber lüüa.
U18 ja U20 4200 meetri teatejooks. U20 arvestuses 400 spordiklubi eliitsport, Eelenike Teatatsoo, Annika Põlluaas, Rasmus Jaanson, Herman Seire. U18 arvestuses 300 A-sport, Emma Kivi, Mari Raudsepp, Aadu Sinimäe, Jordan Lukas Rokk. 400 spordiklubi eliitsport, Arabella Võsu, Paula Välli, Gustav Namm, Georg-Ander Soe. U20 teatejooksuaeg spordiklubi eliitsport 1.36.98. U18 teatejooksuaeg esimene spordiklubi eliitsport 1.40.61, teine A-sport 1.43.71.
Seekord jäi siis Eesti rekordid tabel rikkumata, aga tuletan siis meelde, et võit ja võistkond jõudatakse varsti ka autasustamisele. tehtud tänav, aga parimas seerias 16.01 see tehtud siis mullu. Martin Roosko 11.67 isiklik rekord mitmevõistluse sees, David Jaanson 11.31, 11.69 isiklik mark ja Henri Roosenumbrid on 12.28 parimas seerias ja 14.01 isikliku rekordina siin saab ka hullupööra veel sentimeetrites parandusi teha, võib-olla meetrites ka. No nii, Irene Sanders Muutain, 4.8.19 juba hüppas täna, on tõmmanud kuuli 14.58, tegi seda mullu, kui kogus 6407 punkti, millest nüüd siis 120 punktiga juba ees on ja praegu igasuguste rekordite võimalikus graafikus juba liikumas, aga 14.58 siis selle kuuli mark. Kaugemale pisut on tõmmanud Willem Straski 14.95 ja 14.67 paremas seerias. Portugallane Jariel Soto 13.48 ja 13.99. Marcel Maier on tõmmanud 15.02, aga parimas seerias 14.80. Jumamaru Jaamakuulitõukemark on 14.46. Andris Kanitsi 13.08.
And before we begin the next event, which is the shot put, let's look at the numbers. The best person record in shot put is for Pratt Trotlet from Estonia with 16.62. In his best Templeton 16.01. David Janowski 15.17. Christian Rosberg 15.12. Tesla Davis 15 meters exactly, but in their best Templetons, nobody has done that well. Hans-Christian Rosberg 14.53, but in his best Templeton 13.62 only, so away we go from there. Sanders Gutheim 14.58, which is both his personal record and he did it in his best Templeton so far. The only next with a personal record over 15 meters is Marcel Meyer, 15.02. William Stansky 14.95. Jumamaru Jama 14.46 ja Soto 13.99. Andres Kalinšek 13.08.
Siis vältõstamisele ootame kõigi vanuserühmad U14, U16, U18, U20 parimaid teatevõistkondi,
Good afternoon and welcome back to European Athletics live coverage of the 2025 edition of the Tallinn Combined Events, which brings together many of Estonia's best multi-eventers along with some of the cream of decathlon and heptathlon talent in the world. And chief among them, of course, Sander Skottheim of Norway, who was off to a fantastic start through 2 events. 7:04 in the 60 and an astonishing lifetime best in the long jump of 8:19. Could be a special score from him. But focusing on the action at hand for the minute, this is the opening attempt in the men's shot put in the heptathlon. That is Yariel Soto of Puerto Rico, former University of Arkansas student, now training in Santander in Spain. He has a best of 13:99 for the shot put. 13:78 is his indoor best, so we'll keep an eye on the live results and just see where that goes. You can see that line to the right is 14 meters, so looks to be out towards his personal best as we see the man who will end his multi-events career this weekend, the local lad, Estonia's Taavi Tšernjavski. He has a best of 15:17 in the shot put.
Yeah, one of the best shot putters in this field. That looked like a brilliant throw.
He's a 14:95 thrower at his best. As I mentioned earlier, describes himself as the trainer who trains on his Instagram. He is a coach as well as an athlete, but obviously entering the autumn of his career. He's been injured a lot over the years, and this will be his final multi-events competition. He's well on track to make it a good one.
Wonder whether he's going into full-time coaching.
Yeah, seems to be a kind of a keen coach, just looking at his social media accounts over the weekend, so I'm sure that's perhaps within his plans. As we see Andris Skadins of Latvia coming into the circle for his first attempt. Up towards that 14-meter line as well.
Once we start getting results coming through on our end, we will update you.
Yeah, I'm just seeing a few starting to pop up there. I see that Tšernjavski's throw has been confirmed at 14:30, so he leads at the moment. Soto opened with a 12:90. And then Skadin's throw there was 12:29 confirmed. Next into the circle will be Henri Lusse of Estonia.
Like every combined events, they'll only get 3 shot put throws, so need to make every single one of these count.
Lusse is a 14-meter thrower at his best, 14:01. Let's see what he can produce here in round 1. Yeah, looks to be in the high 12-meter range. Is a best this season of 12:33, but of course it is very early days in this indoor season. These athletes have
Just managed to stay in the circle there.
There's only 1 out of the 14 athletes who is yet to compete this year. As we see a replay of that attempt from Lusse. Here is Yuma Maruyama of Japan, has a best of 14:46 in the shot put. Coached by the local great Erkki Newell, the Olympic champion once upon a time, the decathlon. Does train in Estonia, so I'm sure this is a very familiar haul to him as he launches that first effort towards 14 meters, but shaking his head as he walks out of the circle.
Yeah, it looked like quite close to that 14-meter mark. I mean, his season's best is only 13:69, so he was not happy with that.
Certainly not. He was the Asian Games decathlon bronze medalist a couple of years ago. I mentioned earlier Asian indoor champion last year. And in 2023 he was also the Asian champion in the decathlon. Of course, the Asian Championships slightly different from the Asian Games. One is an athletics championships, one is multi-sports. as we see Martin Roasto launch his first attempt. He's an 11.67 thrower at his best. You see him spinning around with that momentum out the back of the circle. And we'll see exactly what that is confirmed at. Next up, it is the German Marcel Meyer. He is a good shot putter, over 15 meters at his best. Let's see what he can produce here in his opening round.
Flying through these shot putters, the officials here doing a great job to keep this competition moving.
You can see the trajectory of that just goes at a very different angle and distance to the other men we've seen so far. That looks to be towards the 15-meter mark for Meyer, if that's ruled a valid throw, which I think it is. Doesn't look to be any issues there. So
yeah, you just see, like you say, the trajectory of his arm as the shot put leaves his neck, completely different, so much height, and of course you want to put that shot put out as high as possible, because the higher it goes, the more time it spends in the air, therefore going further.
What has Meyer produced there? Back to the circle, Christian Rosenberg, the Estonian athlete, has a best of 15.12 as well, so this should be another longer one. And indeed it is. That is the 14-meter line there that looked to surpass, but we'll wait for the official measurement. Rosenberg's first attempt.
Marcel Meyer with a throw of 14.62, so not quite over that 15-meter mark, but very, very close.
Yeah, it's impressive start. 14.30 then. Chernavsky back in second, and Rosenberg 14.02 in his opening round. As we see one of the contenders, Risto Lillemets from Estonia, has a best of 15 meters in the shot put, so he'll be looking to surpass that 14-meter line as well here. His opening effort doesn't quite do it, I think, just a bit shy.
It's hard to see the angle for us, but that looked like a good throw. It looked like he kind of almost fell out the front of the circle, but managed to stay in. Not particularly happy with that, but looked like a solid throw to get his campaign underway. That is confirmed at 13.80 for Lillemets, so just shy of that 14-meter line.
And next into the circle, in the all-black strip, from Czechia, it is Willem Straski, 14.95 his best for the shot put. 14.67 is his indoor PB. Let's see what he can produce here. And that is down around the 14-meter mark. Once again, lots of athletes peppering that mark, that arc. Straski, of course, is an 8,000 point decathlete, a 6,000 point heptathlete, 6th at the World Indoors last year in Glasgow. As I mentioned, he is coached by the great, the Czech decathlon legend that is Roman Chevrolet, the Olympic gold medalist in 2004. But now this is a man, a lot of people, a lot of multi-event fans around the world, and indeed athletics fans and indeed Norwegian sports fans will be keen to see how Sander Skotheim, what can he produce in his opening attempt. He is flying high through 2 events, but it's still early days in this heptathlon. His best is 14.58 in the shot put.
That looked good, clearly in PB shape in the long jump and a very fast 60 meters, so he's clearly in good shape. His PB is 14.58, hasn't got a season's best, but that looked out towards that 15-meter mark.
Yeah, that looked beyond it. That is huge, I think, again from Scottime, and you can see his reaction immediately. Athletes know really as soon as that ball leaves their hand whether it's going to be a good one, and getting confirmation there as he leans forward and looks at that come down. Let's see just how big that is from Scottime. Huge breakthrough to start off with. What has he produced here? As we see Hausenberg next in. It is 15 meters exactly for Scottime, so it is a huge personal best. 42 centimeters Scottime has just added to his lifetime best in the shot put. And remember, I think it was 36 centimeters he added to his indoor personal best, and 16 centimeters to his outright personal best in the long jump. All that following up a 7:04, very close to his best in the 60 meters earlier. So Sander Scottime, with 3 events, or almost 3 events down out of 7, is absolutely flying at the Tallinn combined events. Wow.
Yeah, I think I heard an interview from him saying he was really frustrated to have triple fouled in the pole vault in that Olympic Games after being in such good form, and he helped his teammate round that 1500 meters, and he said, I enjoyed helping my teammate, but I don't want to be there again. I want to win things of myself. And he's clearly had a really great winter.
Clearly. And there is Rasmus Roslet, one of the rising stars of Estonian multi-eventing. He is the best shot putter in this field with a personal best of 16.62, and just look at the speed of that shoulder and arm as he lets fly there. That is certainly over 16 meters and may well threaten his personal best, 16.62.
Yeah, that was a brilliant throw. You can see pops over that 16 meter mark quite easily. Just so much power in that right arm. It's so important to be powerful and have a fast arm when you're a thrower, and that right arm of his was incredibly fast.
As we see David Janssen of Estonia, his first attempt. 21-year-old, has a best of 11.69. So that's not too far off. Looked to be over 11 meters there for Janssen. He's a 5,174 point heptathlete at his best so far. I'm sure he'll have eyes on rewriting that this weekend, as he also contends for the medals in his own national championships, this event doubling as the Estonian nationals in the heptathlon. And of course tomorrow, 5 events for the women on tap in the pentathlon. Just the men and the heptathletes today though.
Yeah, he is still under 23, so still young, still lots of improvements to make. The background onto second throws now.
Yep, and it is our Puerto Rican decathlete, heptathlete I suppose we'll call him this weekend, Yariel Soto, 12.90 in the opening round, but he's been beyond a meter further than that in the past, and we'll be hoping to get closer to that here. That doesn't look like it's going to be an improvement to me though. That's, I think, shy of 13 meters by a little bit. So Soto doesn't look like he's going to improve his position after that effort. Next up into the circle will be Tavi Chernyavsky.
Sometimes when you've got a safe throw in on that first attempt, you just want to add a bit more intensity, and you see him step out the front of the circle there.
It's a good effort from Chernyavsky. It's certainly beyond 14 meters anyway. He opened with 14.30. As he brings his multi-events career to a close. 14.26 flashing up there for Chernyavsky. And now it is over to Andris Skadins of Latvia. 12.29 he opened with in the first round. Here's a 13.08 thrower at his best. Skadins, so let's see what he can produce here in round 2.
looked like a little flat for me. Came out the same height as his head and didn't go any higher. Essentially rushed it a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be an improvement for the Latvian. And Rasmus Roslet, I can confirm, through 16:59 in that opening round. So no surprise, we mentioned he is the best shot putter in this competition, but he's just 3 centimeters shy of his personal best with that opening round effort. 16:59 leads the way. Impressive stuff from the young Estonian, just 22 years old. Now Henry Losse, can he improve on the 12:78 he threw in the first round? The Estonian has a best of over 14 meters.
Looked like the shot put might have slipped out of his hand sometimes. The shot put rolls over your fingers and you can see the wrist just twist back, and it kind of looked like, to me, the shot put rolled off his fingers. Don't think that'll be an improvement.
Yeah, it doesn't look likely. Next into the circle, we'll give you that confirmation of that result when it flashes into the system. But this is Yuma Mariyama, the Japanese athlete who trains locally. 13:66 in the first round. Has a best of 14:46. So can he get closer to that there? Ball comes out fast, drops down around the 14-meter range.
Yeah, it looked again a little flat for me. You just see him then rehearsing what he did, and it just comes out of his neck a little flat. It does look like it could be an improvement, but still, if he could get that shot put higher in the air, better release angle, stay in the air for a bit longer and come down further.
So next into the circle, Martin Roasto. 11:42 he threw in the last round.
He steps out in front of the circle there.
Not happy with that one. Knows that there's certainly no improvement on the 11:42, so just I think he could have made it valid if he wanted to, but just decided, no, don't waste our time and energy measuring that. He'll have one more attempt to improve upon things. Next into the circle, it's a good shot putter. It is Marcel Meyer of Germany, 14:62 in the opening round. Let's see if he can add something to that here in round 2.
Looked definitely to be over that 14-meter mark, but I'm not sure it looks further than his 14:62 effort in round 1. It's a fine balance for these decathletes, because you'll see some of the top shot putters, when they release the shot put, their shoulders are so far forward trying to get every single centimetre they can, but you run the risk of falling out the front of the circle if you do that. So it's a fine balance to get enough trajectory but not fall out the front.
And let's see how Christian Rosenberg can manage that balance here in round 2. 14:02 to open the competition. He is a 15-meter man though at his best. He's been out to 15:12. That comes down again around that 14-meter line, and Rosenberg does not look best pleased with it.
No, some of these athletes will know as soon as that shot put leaves their hand whether it's going to be a good one or not.
And Rosenberg just wasn't quite feeling it, and indeed as he looks down to where that ball came down, it's not good news for the Estonian. Next into the circle will be another Estonian, Risto Lillemets. In the national kit, Lillemets opened with a 13:80. He is a 15-meter man exactly at his best. So I'd be hoping for a 14-something here with Lillemets. the 27-year-old.
That looked so much better for me. The angle at which the shot put left his hand was so much higher. Looks to be just popping over that 14-meter mark, but that will surely be an improvement on his first round of 13.80.
Yeah, Lilamet's his personal best for the heptathlon was set in Tallinn, same venue, 6,089 points, all of 4 years ago now. He's been over 8,100 points in the decathlon. That was in Gotsis, also in 2021, as we see Czechia's Willem Strasky stepping up for his second attempt. 13.93 for Strasky in the opening round. Good for just over 720 points, so extra centimeters, extra points he'll be searching for here in round 2. You can hear that grunt, and that is over 14 meters. That is an improvement for Strasky. And he's not joyous there in celebration, but there's a look of contentment far more than in the first round for Strasky.
Yeah, I think for him being an almost 15-meter thrower, his bare minimum he will expect of himself will be 14 meters. So after that 13.93 in the first round, he'll just be relieved to see it go over 14.
It'll now be fascinating to see Sander Skottheim, the favourite for this event, and probably with the early favourite perhaps for the European and World Indoor titles maybe. He might get turned the tables from last year on Simon Ehammer. The way he has started this indoor season and started this competition is astonishing. 15 metres in the first round. Can he repeat the magic here in round 2? Doesn't look like it.
No, completely different throw. You just see how flat it is. That first throw was so dynamic and so powerful, and he just rushes it a little bit, and sometimes when you try harder, it doesn't go as further, and you can tell. He knows straight away, no.
But just looking back...
Yeah, you just see rushes.
You know, Skottheim, just to contextualise where he is at now as we're approaching the kind of halfway stage towards the end of the third of 3 events, his heptathlon best was the national record for Norway he set in Norway last year, as we see Hans Christian Hausenberg take his second attempt. But Skottheim's personal best, that Norwegian record, 6,407 points in Glasgow last year. He started in Glasgow with a 7:06 60 metres, and then just looking down towards his long jump was 7:75, and his shot put was 14:58. So he has had a marginally better 60 metres. He had a significantly better shot put and indeed long jump. So Sander Skottheim, through 3 events out of 7, of course there's lots of rivers left to cross, but it would not shock me in the least if he comes out in his first heptathlon of the year and breaks the Norwegian record of 6,407 points. And there are other marks that are potentially looming into view for Skottheim, most notably maybe Kevin Mayer's European record in the heptathlon of 6,479 points. But we'll try not get ahead of ourselves too soon, but through 3 events of 7, Skottheim is flying very high.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly in PB shape in a few of the events we've seen, so you'd think he's going to be in PB shape for the hurdles and potentially the pole vault, so it's not just he's clearly in better form, he's faster, he's stronger, he's more dynamic, and that should play out across other events if he can keep his composure.
As we see Rasmus Roslet there, 16:59 in that opening round. A brilliant effort it was by him to get the competition underway, just shy of 3 centimetres shy of his PB, and he fouls out in round 2. David Janssen now, his second attempt. Comes down around that 12-metre arc. 10.82 in the first round, so it looks to have improved that at least. He is an 11.69 thrower at his best. Just 21 years old.
Yeah, that throw looked a little bit more dynamic than the first one we saw.
So we're into round 3 now, and Yariel Soto back into the circle. 12.90 in the opening round. Fouled his second attempt. Let's see what he can produce here. Lets out a grunt. Looks to come down around the 12-meter mark. Don't think that's going to be an improvement for Soto. 12.90 he opened the competition with. So Soto most likely 661 points will be his tally from this shot put as he rounds out his competition. And you can see here, just as soon as that left his hand, the expression told you everything. No improvement for the Puerto Rican. Now into the circle, Tavi Chernyavsky of Estonia, 15.17, his best overall. Not threatening that, of course, today, but 14.26. It's a very strong effort in what is his final competition in the multi-events. The 29-year-old rallying support from his home crowd. Can he improve on his mark? 14.26. That is out towards that 14-meter line.
Yeah, it looks to be bang on that 14-meter line. Don't know whether it's going to be any improvement, but solid series from him.
Yeah, 14.30 he opened with, then a 14.26. Might not be an improvement, but again, showing the consistency that I'm sure he'd like to see in all the athletes he coaches and will coach into the future. Andris Skadins, his best so far, 12.60 for the Latvian. Just 19 years old is Skadins. And this is his second heptathlon of the year. Broke the Latvian under 20 record back just 3 weeks ago in Valmiera. 5.520 his tally there. What can he produce with his third and final attempt? Doesn't look like a good one. And indeed steps out the front of the circle and says, do not waste your time, fellas, measuring that one. So 3 events down out of 7 for Skadins. Next up, Henry Losa of Estonia has a best of 14.01. 12.78 is his best on the day. And looking for valuable centimetres, valuable points before we head on towards the 4th event this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a PB of 14 metres, so he will be looking to try and get into that 13-metre barrier. And that looked so much better. His first round was 12.78, second 12.65, and that to me looks like it's over that 13-metre mark.
Yeah, certainly looked to be a lot closer towards that 14-metre arc than the 12-metre arc, so very likely an improvement. And the live results system just about a throw behind it generally. That was 12.95 it was from Henry Losa. As we see Yuma Maruyama 13.86 in the second round he threw, which was the season's best. Maruyama is a 14.46 thrower at his best. And I'm sure his coach, Erky Newell, will be watching along closely. Big roar out towards 14 meters, but again punches his fist, shakes his head, frustration, the overwhelming emotion for Maruyama there. Just tell. They're so well drilled in these movements that sometimes they don't even need to see that ball coming down. As soon as it leaves their hand, they know. And Maruyama very much looked to know there, as we see Martin Roasto come into the circle for his third and final attempt. Or sorry, Hans Christian Hausenberg. Sorry, it was Martin Roasto. Running order, getting confused there for a moment. That was Roasto's third attempt, 11.67 his personal best. 11:42, his best through the opening 2 rounds, and that was his 3rd and final attempt. And going off his expression, looks to be no improvement. As we see Marcel Meyer step into the circle, 14:62, the mark he is trying to improve with his 3rd and final attempt. He's won 3 national titles in Germany. He was their national decathlon champion the last 2 years. And that is a good, solid effort again.
Yeah, that looks to be almost touching on that 15-metre mark. It doesn't look like to have snuck over, but good throw nonetheless. Good series. It's always nice to see athletes who are consistently around the same mark. It bodes well for when you get into championships or the German nationals.
Christian Rosenberg will be next into the circle. As we see there, 14:02, his best through the opening 2 rounds. He's a 15+ meter man at his peak. Let's see what he can produce here. Coming back to good health over the last year. He had ACL surgery back in 2022. Injuries continued to plague him in 2023, but looks to be in good form here. And starting off 2025, that looks a good effort. Isn't it? Improvement on 14:02 though, that's what he'll be worried about. Looks to be beyond that 14-meter line, but certainly no joy in his reaction there as he looks out and sees.
Yeah, he looks a little bit disillusioned with that throw, but I think it's definitely over that 14-meter line. Surely an improvement on what he's thrown already.
Next up will be Risto Lillemets, 14:43, his best so far. As a personal best indoors. Well, an outright personal best as well of 15:00. So 14:43, not too far down on that. Can he edge closer towards his best mark? Put more crucial points on the board for the 27-year-old Estonian, European indoor bronze medalist 2 years ago in the heptathlon. Just readjusting there before letting fly for his 3rd and final attempt.
He put on 60 centimetres between round 1 and round 2. What can he do? It doesn't look to be quite as far as that second round throw of 14 metres 43. Maybe a little bit too high. There is like a sweet point between not being too flat and not being too high. And that looked a little on the high side for me.
Next up, it's Czechia's Willem Straski, 14:47 for him to try and improve upon. 6th at the World Indoor Championships last year in Glasgow. He was the decathlon champion at the World University Games back in 2023. Has a best in the shot, but very close to 15, 14:95. Can he get close to that here in round 3? High trajectory, comes down around 14 meters, but unlikely to improve upon the 14:47 he threw in round 2.
Yeah, another solid throw, but again, just as you just saw then, looked a little bit on the high side again. Want that shot put coming out of the neck at that 45-degree angle, putting all your speed and power you've created in the glide into that shot put. When it comes out a little bit too high, you lose a bit of that energy.
And over to the man who's making the big breakthroughs and leading the way, starting 2025 with a bang. It is Sander Skottheim. Frustration at the Paris Olympics this year, but looks to be set to make big impacts this year. Personal best in the shot put and indeed the long jump, and out it comes. 15 meters is the mark he is trying to improve. That will not improve that mark, but a brilliant breakthrough shot put competition for Skottheim, who has added 42 centimeters to his lifetime best.
Yeah, that first throw really was the sweet spot. I think second round attempt and third round attempt, particularly this one, again, just a little bit flat. Coming out of his neck, just that little bit too low. He really captured all of that perfect technique on that first one to get that amazing PB.
And here is the man who is leading the chasing pack, but they may well be chasing in vain if Skottheim keeps up his current momentum. Hans Christian Hausenberg of Estonia, 4th in the World Indoor Heptathlon 3 years ago now. 2022, out that goes towards 14 meters, comes down very close to it. His best gets a good reception from the crowd. His best so far is 13:42, so that looks like a good improvement from Hausenberg if those arcs are to be believed. Indeed, they are accurate.
Yeah, just throw in there in his trainers, not got any specialist shot put trainers on.
Best shot putter in this competition is Rasmus Roslet. That huge effort of 16:59, just 3 centimeters off his lifetime best. He knows it's there if he can get it right on this third and final attempt for Roslet. Not quite. Oh,
that
yeah,
looked
16.
Technically, yeah, it looked technically very smooth, but there wasn't like the intensity and the punch that we saw on that first throw. It almost like he kind of went through the motions, and yeah, he fell out the front of the circle anyway.
Next up, it will be David Janssen to round out this competition. 11:67, his best in round 2. So we'll wait for official confirmation of that from Janssen.
Gets the white flag, but I think he just, as you can see, it almost goes out of that right hand side of the sector. He just releases the shot put a little bit too early, not meaning all the power and energy is built up in his glide spilled out the side.
As we see confirmation there of the overall result, Rasmus Roslet, 16:59, just off his personal best, 888 points into the bag. Sander Skottheim, the headline performance goes to him. 15 meters, a whopping personal best. 42 centimeters will extend his advantage, and then it is Marcel Meyer of Germany in third in that shot put. 14:67. Yuma Mariyama there in 9th place, 13:86, solid from him. Japanese athlete who trains locally, and we'll be updating you on the tally after 3 events momentarily. And this is important.
Yeah, what will that do to the standings?
Sander Skottheim has certainly extended his advantage, and it is significant through 3 events. Just as some of those throws were going on, I was inputting some of his scores into the calculator from when he set his personal best in Glasgow last year at the World Indoors. 6,407 was his points tally in the heptathlon there. And this is significant because Sander Skottheim through 3 events out of 7 is on 2,768 points. In Glasgow last year at the World Indoors, after 3 events, remember, where he set the Norwegian record, he was on 2,622 points. So he is 146 points clear of the tally he had when he set the Norwegian record indoors last year. It has been a remarkable first 3 events for Sander Skottheim. And I did mention it a while ago, I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself, but Kevin Mayer's European record of 6,479 is firmly within his sights as he heads towards the halfway stage.
Yeah, the next event coming up is the high jump, and he has a PB of 2 meters 20 in that event, which is incredible for a for a heptathlete / decathlete to be jumping 220 is a massive bar, and if he can get anywhere close to that, he'll be on for that national record of Norway and maybe even that European record.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, 126 points it was, I think I said. Like, if he completes the last 4 events as he did in Glasgow, and all signs point to him being in better shape than he was in Glasgow just under a year ago, he's looking at a score around 6,530 or so. If he can finish as he did in Glasgow the last 4 events, that would put him 3rd on the all-time list behind Ashton Eaton and Kyle Garland of USA. He would overtake the likes of Damian Warner, obviously Kevin Mayer. He would break the European record. That's all ahead of us. He would overtake Roman Chevrolet as well, who I'm sure is in the house as coach to some of the athletes. But very, very, very exciting times at the Tallinn combined events through the first 3 events.
Yeah, and what a marker that would be to put down so early on in the year, with such an exciting year ahead, to put down that marker of national record and maybe even 3rd all time.
Yeah, he's very much on track, and who knows, maybe he'll do even better than he did in Glasgow in these next 4 events. He'll have 1 more to come today. That will be the high jump. And then, of course, tomorrow he will have the sprint hurdles in the morning, followed by the pole vault, followed by the one they love to hate, 5 laps of the track in the 1,000 metres to finish late tomorrow afternoon. But that is the lay of the land through 3 events out of 4 that we will have today in the Tallinn combined events. The next bit of action on track will be coming up at 4:30 p.m. local time. That is 3:30 p.m. CET. So a little over 45 minutes. We will rejoin you for the 4th of 7 events as Norway's Sander Skottheim powers towards a potentially record-breaking performance at Tallinn combined events.
Meeste kuldukivõitja, the winner of shot put, Eesti esindaja, representing Estonia, Rasmus Roosleht.
High jump. See you then.
And so the end results of shot put were: the winner was Rasmus Roosleht, Estonia, 16:59, second Sander Skottheim, Norway, 50 meters exactly, third Marcel Meyer, Germany, 14:67, fourth Risto Lillemets, Estonia, 14:54, fifth William Straski, Czech Republic, 14:47, sixth Krista Rosenberg, Estonia, 14:28, seventh David Janowski, Estonia, 14:26, eighth Hans Christian Hausenberg, Estonia, 13:92. And the points after shot put: in the lead, Sander Skottheim, Norway, with 2,768 points. Second, Hans Christian Hausenberg, Estonia, 2,659. Third, Rasmus Roosleht, Estonia, 2,630. Fourth, Yuma Maruyama, Japan, 2,444. Fifth, William Straski, Czech Republic, 2,436. Sixth, David Janowski, Estonia, 2,406 points. Which means Sander Skottheim is 146 points plus side of his best heptathlon. Hans Christian Hausenberg -29, Rasmus Roosleht +132, Yuma Maruyama +34, William Straski -107, and so on.
Nii, nüüd on 2 mees, kes jahivad kõrget kohta kokkuvõttes. 3 ala on tehtud, Hans Christian ja Risto. Kuhu te paneksite enda tulemustele plussi, kuhu te paneksite miinuse?
Kokkuvõttes, ma ei tea, kõik alad, kõik 3 ala on pluss poolel pigem. Ütleme keskpärased tulemused, ma olen rahul, lihtsalt ei ole sellist nagu sähvatust olnud, aga pigem on nagu kõik hästi.
Ja Risto?
Arvestades kõike, siis on, muidu on väga tore, aga see kuradi ma kaugushüppe ikka, et natuke kurvaks teeb ikka.
Kas täpsustaksid, et mida arvestades, et on olnud siis enne võistlust mingid mured?
Jaa, natuke nohune, et siin paar päeva üldse ei maganud, et natuke kartsin enne seda võistlust, et mis seisus ma olen, aga tundub, et 60 ja kuul siuke, et tegelikult on kõik hästi, aga lihtsalt jah, nüüd on nagu suurrong on juba jaamast lahkunud, et vaatame, teeme ilusti lõpuni ja siis vaatame edasi.
Hans-Christian, sina oled väga hea kaushüppe, et kuidas sulle mõjus, kui konkurents Guttheim põrutas sellise hüppe üle 8 meetri, et kas endal võttis ka vere vemmaldama, et teha mingit supertulemust siin?
Ma ei tea, mul oli kohe näpud püsti tema puhul, et väga võimas. Tõmbas käima küll, aga ikkagi on kuidagi tuim olla, aga ütleme nii, et tegin 7-76 täitsa okei, rahuldav tulemus. Lihtsalt kuidagi särtsust on kuidagi puudu, et võib-olla mingi närvides pinged peal või ma ei tea. Muidu on hästi kõik.
Ja täna on siis üks ala jäänud, kõrgushüppe. Kui palju siis seda olete saanud harjutada ja mis ootused on?
Ei oota midagi, aga siin on tore võistelda, tore hüpata, ma arvan, et üks kõrgus korraga.
Eks tunni 2 pärast näeb, pole õrna aimu.
Aga selge, hoiame teile pöialt. Aitäh, mehed!
NU16 vanuserühma noorte 4x200 meetri teatejooksu võitja ajaga 1 minut 43,26 sekundit. Spordiklubi Eliitsportvõistkond Lorelis Viidik, Anna-Liis Aren, Kristjan Kajari, Konrad Kruuse. U18 vanuserühma noorte 4x200 meetrit segateatejooksu võitja ajaga 1 minut 40,61 sekundit. Spordiklubi Eliitsportvõistkond Arabella Võsu, Paula Pällin, Gustav Lamp, Georg-Ander Soe. U20 vanuserühma noorte 4x200 meetri segateate jooksu võitja ajaga 1 minut 36,98 sekundit. Spordiklubi Eliitsportvõistkond Ellen-Ingrid Adamsoo, Annika Põlluaas, Rasmus Jaanson, Herman Seire. Tänase päeva viimane ala on siis kõrgushüppe ja ega siis väga kaua enam aega ei lähe, kui mehed juba tulevad välja, hakkavad proovikatseid ka tegema. Ja et hüpatakse 2 grupis, siis läheb see võistlus meil täna üsna lepse reega. Saavad mehed ka suhteliselt vara puhkama, aga homne päev on ju veel ees ja eks puhata ole ka vaja. Ja hüpatakse siis 2 grupis, kes nüüd siis ennast kuhu vaatama sätib, aga esimene grupp, kuhu kuuluvad Sander Skuutaim, Villem Straski, Rasmus Roosleht, Juma Marujama, Marcel Maier, Hans-Christian Ausenberg ja Risto Lillemets hakkavad hüppama siia finišipoolsele matile. Ja teine seltskond siis, kes ülejäänud, Martin Roasto, Kristjan Rosenberg, Henri Loose, Andris Kadins, Jariel Soto, David Tšernjavski ja David Jaanson hakkavad hüppama stardipoolsele matile. Matid on täpselt ühesugused ilusad uued tiimad, nagu siin hallis kogu varustus on, uus ja ilus ja vahet siin ei ole midagi, aga kes siis tahab lähemalt selle kõvema grupi hüppamist näha, sättige ennast siis, kui veel kohti on võistlust vaatama siia finišipoolsesse halli otsa. Ja oleme saanud siis informatsiooni ka Klaipedast, kus hakkab läbi saama noorte U18, U20 Balti mitmevõistluse talvine maavõistlus. Ja tuleb siis välja niimoodi, et on võitnud U18 vanuserühma noormeeste 10 võistluse endal Tallinn 5000, 7 võistluse 5000. Šiauliais on see võistlus ja mitte, no vahet pole, kaugel Eedumaa kõik, aga Šiauliais siis 5007 punkti kogutud ja seejuures siis üksikalade tulemused 60 meetrit 7,42, kaugus 6,58, kuul 13 meetrit, kõrgus 1,82, tõkked 8,80, teivas 40 ja 1000 meetrit 2,46,26. Teine koht kuulub lätlasele Ernest Lešinskisele ja kolmas on Hank-Gerhard Ausenberg, kes kogus 4945 punkti. Neljas leedulane Kvidas Jurkevitšus ja viies lätlane Tavis Spalintš ja kuues on Kristoffer Vutt, 4421 punkti. Nii et nende 3 mehe punktid liidetakse siis võistkondlikusse arvestusse ja nagu teame, Jan-Joonas Pohlak sedapuhku jättis oma võistluse pooleli juba eile, aga tundub, et sellest 3 mehest piisab, et ka selles vanusegrupis olla Baltimaade parim. Ja üks protokoll on meile laekunud siia veel, see on siis neidude U25 võistlus ja siin ei läinud eestlanadel nii hästi, sest letlannad said kaksikvõidu, võitis mis asi see on siis? U20 noormeeste 7 võistlus ja lätlased said siin kaksikvõidu. Karlis Jekaps-Kartsbergs võitis 5139 punkti, teine on Miks Jaanis Opolais 5121, kolmas Ron Sebastian Puieste 5033, neljas Jandre Jõgi 4962, siis tuleb veel üks lätlane Nils Meyers 4909, kuues on Tristan Tamm 4867 ja 8 Steven Leppoja 3774 punkti. Eestlased, lätlased siin võitlesidki, leedulased said 2 viimast kohta, neid ainult 2 oligi, 2 meest jätsid juba eile võistluse pooleli, kuidas neid võistkondlikke punkte sealt toeti, seda teavad need, kes lugesid, aga Leedu võistkondliku konkurentsi mitmevõistluses ei Eestile ega Lätile ei pakkunud, aga võistkondlikus arvestuses Eesti-Läti seis kujuneda võib üsna tasavägiseks, sest nagu näeme, siin said siis lätlased 1., 2. ja 4. koha ja meie 2., 3. ja 5. No loetakse kokku mitmevõistluse punkte, aga punktivahed siin ka juba päris suured, nii et ootame. Võib-olla saame tänasel selle Šiauliais toimuva võistluse lõppseisu ka siis teada. Millegi pärast arvasin, et Klaipedas on asi, aga natukese lähemal Šiauliais siis. No nii, tuleb sealt Šiauliaist nüüd uudised ja tundub, et nii palju, kui meil informatsiooni on kõik juba kätte ka saadud, aga kõige tähtsamad asjad tulevad siis nüüd. Loeti neid punkte, kuidas leedulastel loeti, mina ei tea, aga üldarvestuses siis U18, U20 poisid ja tüdrukud kokkuvõttes on Eesti võitnud Balti võistkondlikud meistrivõistlused 51 019 punktiga. Teine on Läti 49 679 punkti, nii et väga napp võit, arvestades nende suurte numbrite juures. No ja Leedu kolmas ja vaatame siis üksikute vanuseklasside kaupa ka. U18 tüdrukutest võitis Eesti, Läti teine, Leedu kolmas. U18 noormeestest võitis Eesti, Läti teine, Leedu kolmas. U18 noormehed neiud kokku, no Eesti võitis loomulikult. U20 neidudest võitis Eesti, Läti teine, Leedu kolmas. U20 noormeestest said siis lätlased, seda juba rääkisime, võidu, Eesti teine, Leedu kolmas, aga kokkuvõttes siis vanuseklassi U20 kokkuvõttes on ikka Eesti esimene, Läti teine, aga see on nüüd küll nihuke lugu, et jah, punktivahe on üsna väike, aga ikkagi võit on võit ja kokkuvõttes siis Eesti on U18, U20 vanuserühmade parim maa sellel talvel mitmevõistluses Baltikumis. Palju õnne! Siia tuleb muidugi lisada veel üks fakt, et see on võistlus, niikaua kui seda maavõistlust on peetud, ei ole Eesti seda veel mitte kunagi kaotanud, nii et võitu tuleb hoida, võib-olla võidu hoidmine, eile ütlesid iluuisutajad ka, on raskem kui võidu saavutamine, aga seekord läks siis veel hästi.
Pange madalamale. Liiga madalale. Pole vaja vingutada. Et siis hakkame neid imelik asju tegema. Võetkegi madalamaks. Ei no, järgmine tahtis lihtsalt 1,90. Tuli või? No nii, leidsime publiku hulgast sellise mehe nagu Johannes Ermi, Euroopa meistri. Et räägi, Johannes, kas mõnusam on käia võistlemas või käia võistlusi vaatamas?
Mulle endale meeldib rohkem ikka võistelda.
Aga see konkreetne võistlus siis sinu selle talve plaanidesse ei sobinud?
Jah, et seekord ma startlistis ei olnud, et sügisene ettevalmistus sai nii palju edasi lükatud, et selleks võistluseks just valmis ei ole.
Mõned võistlused sa teinud juba ikkagi oled sel talvel ja kõige rohkem ma tahaks küsida, et sa hüppasid Lätis teivast 5.27 ja kuuldavasti sa ei kasutanud naelkingi, et päris selline omapärane lugu, et mis selle taust on?
Et mul eelmine aasta oli kandadega probleem ja siis sellepärast sai sügis ettevalmistus edasi lükatud ja et neid kandu natukenegi säästa, siis osasi asju olen ma teinud tossudes.
Kuidas praegu seis on kandadega? Saad trennis kõike kenasti teha?
Trennis olen saanud kõik ära teha, mis ma olen tahtnud teha ja kandadega on seis ikka kordades parem kui eelmine aasta.
Millal sind võiks näha mingeid üksikalasi proovimas?
Mul võib alati trennis käia, kui keegi leiab mu Lasnamäelist üles, aga teisipäeval olen ma üles antud teivashüppes ja siis Eesti meistrivõistlustel on ka plaanis midagi teha.
Ja sel hooajal on siis 2 sisetiitlivõistlust kavas. Kas ma saan aru, et praeguse plaani kohaselt sa tahaksid mõlemal kaasa lüüa?
Jah, mõlemal tiitlivõistlusel, et sise Euroopa meistrivõistlustel ja sise maailma meistrivõistlustel.
Ja 2 sõna siis käimasolevast võistlusest ka, et kes on sulle siin kõige parema mulje jätnud ja kellele kõige rohkem kaasa elad?
Scottheim teeb väga-väga kõvad tulemust, et ma ootan sealt midagi.
Aga selge, tänud sulle ja soovime sulle edu hooajaks.
Aitäh!
seerias 2017. aastal. David Sedjavski 2 meetrini veel jõudnud pole, 2 sentimeetrit puudu, 1,98. Rasmus Roosleht on 2,04 mees ja parimas mitmevõistluse hüpanud 2,01. Martin Roastov on hüpanud 1,92 oma parimas seerias, nagu ka David Jaanson 1,95 ja Henrik Roose, kes on siin kõige rohkem oma isikliku markidena seni parandanud, on hüpanud 1,95 aga isiklikuks rekordiks, aga parimas mitmevõistluses või seitsmevõistluses, kui täpsem on ainult 1,89, et parandamisruumi siin küll ja veel oma mehed. No kõigepealt siis muidugi Sanders Kuutai, kes praeguse seisuga ikkagi on liikumas vähemalt Euroopa rekordi suunas. Tema kõrguse mark on 2,20 ja parimas seerias hüpatud 2,13, et käänid siin üsna suured ja loodame, et tänane õhtu siis vähemalt seda vahet vähendab, kui meie isiklikku marki mitte ei paranda. William Strask on üsna stabiilne mees, 1,99 isiklik rekord, parimas seerias sentimeeter vähem. Jarian Soto kõrgushüppemark on ka 1,98, Marcel Maieril 1,99, Juma Marujama 2,02 ja Andris Kaditsil 1,95.
And with the high jump that will start in about 5 minutes, the best personal record is for Sanders Kuutai, 2:20 in his best effort and 2:13. Christian Rosenberg has jumped 2 meters 16 centimeters. Rasmus Roosleht 2:04. Lisa Lillemets 2:09. Hans-Christian Rosenberg 2:04. Juma Marujama 2:02 and in his best effort and 1:97. William Straski and Marcel Meijer both 1:99. Jarian Soto 1:98. Andris Kadits 1:95. David Sedjavski 1:98.
Marcel Maier avas siis kõrgushüppevõistluse meeter 8,2 ja kõrgus esimesel katsel kohe üle. Esimeses grupis siis tema sellelt kõrguselt alustaski, järgmine kõrgus on 1,85 ja siin lülituvad võistlusse Juma Marujama ja Hans-Christian Rosenberg. Järgmine kõrgus, kus siis jõutakse 1,85 on altkõrguseks William Straskil ja Rasmus Roose ja Risto Lillemetsal ja esimeses grupis kõige kõrgemalt hakkab siis peale Sanders Kuutai, tema altkõrgusel 1,94. Teises grupis hakatakse peale meeter 7 siis jah, Kristjan ei tule, on sellega mitmevõistlused katkestatud, aga teised mehed siis algkõrgustega meeter 8,79 on Martin Roasto ja David Šemjavski, meeter 82 Henri Loose ja kõige kõrgemad meeter 85 pealt alustab Erik Jaanson. Ja meeter 85 on nüüd käsil ja Jumamaru Jaama oma algkõrgus esimesel katsel kohe üle hüppas.
Next up about the men's high jump. Marcel Meyer already at 182.
Good afternoon and welcome back to European Athletics live coverage of the Tallinn combined events as we see Germany's Marcel Meyer there take his first attempt at the bar, which is set to 185 in this heptathlon men's high jump. This is the final event of day one at the Tallinn combined events, and it's so far been a bit of a record-breaking day, at least towards the halfway point for Sander Skottheim, who has set lifetime bests by big margins in 2 out of 3 events. I'm pleased to be joined, as it was this morning and earlier this afternoon, by Holly Bradshaw. And Holly, it really has been a special performance up till now, at least, from Sander Skottheim.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 2 PBs out of the 3 events, and I really do think like the indoor heptathlon plays into his strengths. You know, there's 3 jumps. There's the long jump that's already been where we saw him get that big PB. He's a really, really good high jumper with a PB of 220, and then that pole vault tomorrow with a lifetime best of 535. So 3 jumps in a heptathlon really plays to his strengths, especially because jumps scores so many points. So I think we could potentially see something special in this high jump, and if not, tomorrow could be fireworks.
Certainly, it does seem as if Kevin Mayer's European record in the heptathlon of 6,479 points is under severe threat, and it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Sander Skottheim could challenge Ashton Heaton's world record, which is set to 6,645 points. He would need some more personal bests to do it, but he's been smashing it so far, so it wouldn't be a big surprise if that continued. But Marcel Meyer, Hans Christian Hausenberg and Yuma Maruyama are the 3 athletes to go clear so far. And this is Willem Straski, his first attempt at 188. The bar is now set to, you can see in the background there. And big smiles from Straski.
Yeah. It looks like the progressions at the bottom end of this competition are going up in 3. So yeah, we've had 1 clearance, 82, 3 men over 185, and now the bar's up to 188, and we're still waiting for 4 men to attempt that in this pool 1 of 2.
Yeah, we'll be focusing our attention
Very nice clearance
on pool 1 for the moment, because it does contain the main contenders for the overall.
Another very good clearance there at 188. The bar is still relatively low for these guys at this point, as we see the Puerto Rican, just a little bail there, and that'll be classed as a fail, and that is, we're flitting between Pool A and Pool B, and that is us watching Pool B there.
Yeah, the bar set to 173 there in Pool B, Yariel Soto. And a failure there from Japan's Yuma Maruyama.
Yeah, nice solid run. He's a very powerful athlete, like we saw in the long jump. He just has too much speed and energy going across the bar rather than upwards. Needs to convert that speed and energy he builds on the runway to vertical height rather than horizontal, as we just see Meyer clear 188.
Yeah, an impressive clearance from Meyer. He has a personal best of 199 indoors. As we look back to the second group, and Yariel Soto's next attempt at 173 is unsuccessful.
The action really is coming thick and fast as they're trying to flip between these two pools, but that was his first failure at his opening bar for Ristos Lilimets.
Yeah, it was close from Lilimets, but not quite on this occasion. As we see, back to Yuma Maruyama. First failure at 188. He will now try at 191. Obviously, athletes trying to spare their energy and spend it wisely. Maruyama is a high jumper who has cleared 202 at his best. Let's see if he can go clear here.
No, not really a close attempt for him on that second attempt. He shakes his head, he's not happy with that. He will have one final attempt, but ideally needs to be clearing this bar as we flip back to Pool B for Soto. Nice clearance there from him, which that was his third attempt at 76, so he needed that to stay in the competition, so he will progress.
Risto Lilimets at 188, second attempt, and it is successful.
Yeah, very nice clearance, very easy. Probably just, this is his opening bar, so it should be a very easy clearance for him. And that first one, just a little tickle off and got it right on that occasion.
Yeah, he is a 209 high jumper, so right up there amongst these men. As you can see there, plenty of height over that bar at 188, and he'll be heading up towards 191 momentarily. As we look back at Yuma Maruyama, psyching himself up as he looks up at the bar. 188 it is. He has been over 2 meters in the past.
It is to stay. And he clears. Nice clearance, very easy. He shakes his head thinking, what was the problem? Why have I put myself under that stress? But he does clear 188 and progresses on to the next bar of 191.
Impressive clearance from the Japanese multi-eventer, who, as I mentioned, is based in Estonia, training under the guidance of the legend that is Erkki Newell.
The bar has gone up to 179 now in this Pool B, and that was a failure for the Czech athlete.
Yeah, Willem Stalaski there, 191 the bar. He'll be taking his first attempt. Don't expect to see Sander Skottheim for quite a while yet, of course. He is a 220 high jumper. Really is one of his outstanding events, but let's see what Strasky can produce here.
Very, very close attempt. He just caught the back end of that and he just tickled it off. Nice clearance over on the pit of Pool B at 179.
Yeah, from Tavi Chernyavsky. But back to Pool 1, and Yuma Maruyama will attempt to go over 191 the first time of asking. This will be big.
That was a nice clearance, considering he faffed about a little bit at the lower bar. He made light work of that. Very easy clearance.
Yeah, 197 his indoor personal best, so well on track to get up towards that. Marcel Meyer also goes clear. Comfortable from him. Hans Christian Hausenberg.
That was just a little bit of a bail for me. Something didn't quite feel good for him, so he just knocked the bar off with his hands.
Martin Roasto.
Very easy clearance there. Super easy clearance from Martin Roasto. Making light work of that.
And here is Risto Lillemetz. Looking up at a bar, 1m91. He is a 209 high jumper, as I mentioned. Let's see if he can go clear here at the first attempt.
Very easy. Very easy clearance for him. And another easy clearance on that pit pool B for Loose.
Yeah, bar now up to 182 over there. Bar here, of course, 191, and a second attempt awaits Czechia's Willem Straski.
Nice clearance. Very nice clearance from him.
Swift edit back to see Andres Skedins go clear. Next up, it's going to be Germany's Marcel Meyer, looking to go over 191 is Meyer.
Very nice. Second clearance for him at 191.
Hans Christian Hausenberg, second attempt at 191 for the Estonian.
Very close attempt for him. Looks like he's just limping a little bit there, but very close. Just tippled it off there with his backside. He will have one more attempt at this bar. Looked like a good run, good curve. Takes off super far away from the bar and only just tipples it off. He's not hurt.
Now at the halfway stage of this competition and early in the season, Hausenberg will be hoping to maintain his health, number one, and also hone his fitness, but not quite there on that occasion. Hausenberg is a 204 high jumper indoors, so shouldn't really be having too much difficulty at 191. The height is certainly there, but yeah, you can see him just testing out that hip there, checking what exactly he feels before he makes a decision. Seems to be his right glute.
Yeah, he's definitely not happy with something going on there. It's a really fine balance for these athletes. They're so in tune with their body. Is it an injury? Is it just something that I can shake off? But he doesn't seem happy. Still a long way to go in this men's heptathlon. This is the fourth event.
So a third attempt awaits Hans Christian Hausenberg. Hear a bit of applause in the background. That's from the other pool of high jumpers, which are doing their thing just a few dozen meters away. But we'll focus here on Hans Christian Hausenberg because he's a big contender for a podium finish here. At least amongst looking for yet another national title. He has 16 of them in total between indoors, outdoors. In Estonia, Can he get over 191? Third and final time of asking. No.
Oh, it looked like the bar stayed on, but no, it comes down. Still not happy with that hip. Hopefully he can get some physio this evening and have someone look at his hip and make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, 3 more tough events to come tomorrow. 60-meter hurdles, followed by the pole vault and then the 1,000 meters.
Yeah, they've decided to split these men up, so 7 go on one pit, 7 on the other, which is why the action is coming thick and fast. Here we go.
A first look at Sanders Skottheim. As the bar, I think, now is put up to 194 in that first group. And Skottheim, as I mentioned, a really, really strong high jumper. You see just about clearance there from Ternievsky. Here is Skottheim, first attempt, 194, successful.
Very easy. Very, very easy. You could just tell he was going through the motions. Super easy opening bar for him. That bodes well for the rest of his competition.
So Skottheim will be looking at something in and around 210 or so. Would be brilliant if he could manage that. He has been over 220 indoors, but he has really set off at an astonishing pace. As we see Willem Strasky of Czechia lining up his first attempt at 194. Strasky has the best indoors of 198, best outdoors of 199, so this will be tough for the Czech athlete.
No. You can see he just takes it off with the top of his back. He's not quite got his high point in the right place, / even high enough in the air, but like you said, this is close to his PB, so this will be a challenge.
As we look back at Martin Roasto of Estonia in pool 2, just about clear.
Okay. Nice clearance of 194 there on this first pool.
Yeah, Rasmus Roslet. And back to Japan's Yuma Maruyama, 194. The bar is set to. He has been over 2 meters in the past. Let's see if he can get this right.
Very close clearance. He knows that. Sorry, failure. He just took it off with his calves, but he'll know that that height is there.
Failure there.
He's up to 188 in this second pool.
As we look at Meyer, taking his first attempt at 194 for the German.
Very close attempt. Just tickled it off with his calves and his feet.
The first attempt for Risto Lillemets at 194.
Very easy clearance for him. After that little blip we saw at that first attempt at 88, his jumps have been very consistent, very similar, and that was a very easy clearance for him at 194.
Here is Yarel Soto of Puerto Rico. Bar at 188. Let's see if he can get over it. He cannot.
No, we have had in this pool, in that pool B, a DNS. So Christian Rosenberg does not start in that pool B high jump.
As we see Willem Strasky preparing for his second attempt at 194 for the Czech multi-eventer. Not quite.
No, very similar to his first one there where he's knocking it off with his upper back. that just says to me that he's not taking off in the right place for his back to be taking the bar off. It needs to be the arch of his back that goes over the bar. Maybe just needs to think about bringing in a little bit.
Yuma Maruyama of Japan, second attempt for him now at 194. Rasmus Roslet, Risto Lillemets and Sander Skottheim have already gone over this distance, but a few more looking to join them, one of whom is Maruyama. So close.
Very close. Just gave that a little bit of a tickle, but comes over that bar. 188, the bar is in this pool.
Yeah, David Czerniawski going clear. Nervous wait for a few seconds after he went over, but its bar stays on as we see Marcel Meyer now, second attempt at 194 for the German.
No, just comes crashing through that bar. It actually used to be a rule in the high jump and the pole vault that if you can get off the pit while the bar is still on, if it drops, then it's a valid attempt, whereas that isn't the rule anymore because it was getting a bit crazy and a bit ridiculous how people were trying to like scaddle off the pit, so that isn't a rule anymore.
I think justifiably so, probably, but
yes,
made for a
similar
fun
to the rule in the pole
sight.
vault where there used to be a rule in the pole vault where you could actually touch the bar with your hand, so people were actually training going over the bar and pinning it with their hand, and that for obvious reasons got banned too.
Third attempt at 194 for Willem Strasky.
No, not really close on any of those three attempts for him today, but like you said, it's getting very close to his personal best, so he should be happy with 191.
Yeah, 198 his best indoors, so not a bad day at the office at all. 191 clearance. But that is the end of his competition today, as we see Yuma Moriyama of Japan. Third and final attempt at 194 for the athlete who trains locally. As I mentioned, 197 is his best indoors for the high jump, but he has been over 202 outdoors, so he knows this height. He's been here before, he's been over it. He needs a clutch jump now, though.
Very nice clearance. Really gets that one correct. He flies over it with a great clearance.
Very impressive. As we look back to Henry Lusse, second attempt for him at 188.
Not really a close attempt for him, and here we are. Mayor of Germany on his third and final attempt. He needs to clear 194 here to stay in the competition.
Pressure is on the German. Can he produce when it counts? Last attempt, 194.
Oh, close attempt. Close, but not to be today. He'll finish with a height of 191.
As we look back to the other group, and attempting 188 is Andris Skadins. Second attempt, unsuccessful for the Latvian. And there is the main man, the star attraction at the Tallinn combined events this year, Sander Skottheim, who has produced like a superstar so far. He's just lacing up his spikes. He'll be competing momentarily, so we'll keep our focus back on the other group because it's a second attempt for Yariel Soto at 188. Not to be.
It looked like he had the height for that, but just lost energy and lost momentum and just came down on it. I think if he could get a bit more horizontal speed across the bar, he would be high enough in the air to clear that.
Yeah, it wasn't quite there on that attempt, but more remaining. As we look back at the man who had a great shot put competition earlier, Rasmus Roslet, but now back to the other group. Here is Roslet. 197.
That was a very, very close attempt at that. Only took it off with a whisker.
Here is Henry Lossa. Third and final chance for him at 188. He has an indoor PB of 195, so this is starting to get into that danger territory for sure for Lossa, but can he produce here to be worth valuable points for the Estonian? He can.
And he can. Nice clutch clearance for him to stay in the competition.
Maruyama then. First attempt for him at 197.
Oh, another really, really close attempt. That's 2 attempts at this 197 over in this pool 1. And 2 incredibly close attempts.
Andris Skadins, third and final attempt for the Latvian here at 188. He has been over 195 at his best indoors. It's possible, but it's challenging. It's not easy. Can he get over 188 at the third attempt? Skadins, good speed on the runway, turns close, but no cigar.
Such a close attempt, just pushes it off.
Hilamet's first attempt at 197 and he goes clear.
Yeah, that was a very nice clearance. I feel like he's got himself in the rhythm now, in the groove, and all of his clearances now have looked the same. Nice air and pop off the ground and easily sailed over the bar with daylight.
Puerto Rico's Yariel Soto taking his third attempt at 188 here. Rallying the crowd, Soto. No.
Very nice clearance. He only just brushed it off on his first attempt, so it doesn't surprise me that he's sailed over on his second. Just made a few little tweaks maybe with his coach, and easy clearance for him. It might be that Sander Skogheim has passed this 97 to save a bit of energy, because we've not seen him take an attempt.
Looks to be the case as we see Martin Roasto, the local athlete, ready to take his first attempt at 191. Getting very close to his personal best, which is 192, both indoors and outright personal best. But he cleared 188 at the first time of asking, did the 21-year-old Estonian. But back to Group 1 first of all, and it is Yuma Maruyama taking his second attempt at 197.
No, nowhere near as good as that first attempt where he literally just brushed it off. I think he's frustrated because he knows he can clear this.
Roasto, 191, not to be. So, bit of a consultation there with Yuma Maruyama, with the legend that is Erkki Newell.
Yeah, that first attempt was so close. He'll be frustrated with that second attempt, but I do think a few tweaks and he can sail over this.
Here is Henry Lossa. First attempt at 191. Gets it. Impressive clearance from him. Yuma Maruyama will be returning momentarily.
Yeah, he's going through the motions in his mind, running through that run-up. Close attempt over on pool B.
That was a very marginal failure by Tavi Chernyavsky, as we see a third and final chance for Yuma Maruyama. Can he make those tiny adjustments that Erkki Newell was advising him there? We'll soon find out. Maruyama, last attempt, 197.
Very close attempt. It looked really, really good, but he just seemed to run out of speed across the bar. His high point was definitely there, but not to be for him today. He finishes the competition with a best of 194.
Martin Roasto, second attempt at 191 for the Estonian, and it's not successful, but it was close.
Yeah, we've got one man over 191 over in pool B and 3 attempting it.
So back, having passed at 197, keeping his powder dry, saving his energies as much as possible. Sander Skuttheim, 2 meters is the height the bar is now set to. As I've mentioned, he has been over 220 indoors. Sort of heights should be comfortable for him in the form he's in. Been over 218 indoors, and he has had quite the competition. As we look back to the other group, and Tavi Chernyavsky, second attempt for the local athlete, coach and athlete in his final multi-events competition. Can he get over 191 here?
Nice clearance. Very nice clearance. He shakes his head. He's something he's not happy with, but as you can see, very nice height over the bar. Got a lot of power, a lot of springs. He's clearly a really good jumper. Got that elasticity. He takes off so incredibly far from the bar, maybe a little bit too far. As you can see, he's slightly coming down on the bar a little bit. Potentially needs to just ring in a little bit as the bar starts to get a bit higher.
As we see a failure there for Ruslet.
Only really a marginal fail there for him. He just brushes it.
Risto Lillemets will now be approaching. He is a 207 jumper indoors at his best. This is tough though. 2 meters, first attempt.
He just bails halfway through that jump. You see him just knock the bar off. Something didn't go. It seemed like he hadn't got enough horizontal height. Vertical height was just going too fast to the bar.
Brilliant clearance there by Martin Roasto. You can see how much that meant to him. I think that was a third and final attempt he had at 191. And that is also the state of play for Tavi Chernyavsky. Third and final attempt at 191 for the Estonian.
Sometimes you see these athletes, I hope he's alright, he's limping now. You see these athletes celebrating those third attempt clearances like they've won the Olympics, but that's how much it means to athletes to just stay alive in the competition.
Second attempt for Rasmus Ruslet, not to be.
No, another very close attempt for him. He looks like he's getting a bit opposite of Sander Skottheim. He looks like he's getting himself a little bit too close to the bar, so he's not got room to actually get up and over it. It's all very minor when you're working with athletes at this level, all minor details that need tweaking.
We'll have one more chance to make those tweaks as we see Martin Roasto at 194, his first attempt for Roasto. This would be a personal best. Previous PB 192. Oh, it's was close.
Very close attempt. Yeah, considering that's a PB, is a very good attempt.
Second attempt for Risto Lillemets, not to be.
No. Another good attempt. Could easily get over that with a few little tweaks.
Henry Losse, 194. Gets it.
Very nice clearance. He just manages to negotiate his body out the way of knocking that bar off. He is the first man to go clear.
His indoor personal best is 195, so Losse very much approaching his best marks there. He goes clear at the first attempt, may well walk away with another PB for himself. We shall see. Bar set to 194. Here's David Jensen. First attempt is a failure. Now, third and final chance for Rasmus Roslet here at 2 meters.
Another close attempt, but not to be for him. So that is the end of his competition today. Ending with 197. Just getting a little bit too close to that bar, I think.
Not quite there for him. So Risto Lillemets, third and final attempt for him at 2 meters. This would be a valuable clearance if he can make it in terms of the overall picture. He's in good standing to be competitive for a podium finish at the Tallinn Combined Events 2025, but this would go a long way to help him if he can get over 2 meters. Just aborts that third attempt briefly. Something not quite right in his mind or on the run-up, but he has time. The clock is ticking, of course, but he'll have time, just a few moments to gather his thoughts. Risto Lillemets. And then go at this bar. As I mentioned, he's been over 207 at his best indoors, needs this 2 meter clearance.
No, it's almost like he wasn't convinced when we saw that little run down and stop, and then he went back, and then yeah, he just pushes the bar out of the way. Something was off in his mind. He knew he wasn't going to be up there and clearing it, so he just pops the bar off.
So with that, the only jumper still going in that pool 1 is indeed Sander Skottheim. So having gone clear at 2 meters, it will now be up to Skottheim where he wants to put that bar. Does he want to maybe jump straight to 206 and really take down a big chunk, or does he want to go to 203? We will soon find out, but for now we'll concentrate on pool 2 because this is Martin Roasto. As I mentioned, over 191, just shy of his indoor PB of 192. This is his third and final attempt for the 21-year-old Estonian of what would be an outright PB in the high jump by 2 centimeters. This will be tough for Roasto, but he's an athlete very much on the up. Third attempt, 194.
No. Very good jumping for him though, to get within 1 centimetre of his personal best. And those attempts really weren't that far away.
Back to pool 1 and Sander Skottheim. First attempt here for the Norwegian star, and it's a great one.
Yeah, brilliant clearance. He did put the bar up to 206, so he passed on that 203 in a very easy clearance. So much closer to the bar, and you just see where his high point is. It's directly over that bar, which is where you want that as a high jumper. That was super easy clearance.
Back to pool 2.
That is a third and final attempt at 194. for David Johnson. He is out of the competition, leaving only one man left in Henry Luce.
Yeah, Luce is a 195 jumper indoors at his best, so certainly being stretched towards capacity. But he has been over 194, as you see, at the first attempt. So 197 for Luce would be an outright personal best. He jumped 195 indoors, 194 outdoors, and 194 there. At the first time of asking, a very impressive clearance. He is a 5,000 point heptathlete, 7,400 point decathlete. Going well so far here in the high jump. But can he get over this? Personal best in the high jump, 197. He can!
Wow, what a great clearance that was. He's clearly in good form. He doesn't even celebrate. He knew it was coming maybe, but yeah, what a great clearance from him. PB and some very decent and well needed points.
Sander Skottheim then at 2:09. Just keep going up. This is his first competition of the year, by the way. No tune-up events for Skottheim, but by the way he's competing, you know he's been training well. And you know, he was over 210 and beyond at various events last year, so 209 is certainly within his compass, and he'd love to save his energies and get over this at the first attempt.
Sounds like he might have just tickled that off, yes. It looked to me like he was a little bit far away again. You just see him crashing down on the bar. If you compare the trajectory of his body from that beautiful clearance of 206 to that one, it just loses a bit of momentum and falls down on the bar.
But he will review that with his coach, Eric Rowe. He will have two more attempts at 209. And as I mentioned, as things stand, it is obviously very early days in this competition, but with 3 events of 7 down, so you see Henry Losa there, his next attempt at 2 meters there, first attempt, unsuccessful. But
that was a very, very good clearance for someone who's just broke their PB and now attempted the 2 meter barrier. Very good clear attempt.
Yeah, 2 meters will be a lot trickier as we see Skottheim again. Second attempt, it's just drifts off, but he'll have one more go.
That's such a close. He's got so much air over the bar. He's just tickling it off with his calves. He just needs to get those legs out of the way. But you can just tell that he's just dying a little bit onto the bar there as you see him come down, which says to me his high point is just not quite in the right place.
Yeah, so is that just a case of the takeoff maybe been moved a few inches closer, or something he's doing in the air?
Yeah, it's similar to the long jump in that it really does matter where you take off. In the high jump, if you're too close, you're going to be too close to the bar, whereas too far away, you're going to have hit your high point, and then your body's going to start to come down onto the bar, and that's what I'm seeing here. I mean, he's someone that likes to take off further away in the high jump anyway. That's his style, but just needs to maybe creep in a fraction.
So we see Henry Losa's second attempt at 2 meters for him. It's unsuccessful, and it was not as close as his first attempt, but still, it's been a good day, good afternoon for the Estonian. Personal best already at 197. Skottheim will now walk back and just go through the final preparations. He's not taking much time between these jumps. Keen to get out of here fast and get home and get recovered. Third and final attempt for Sander Skottheim to continue what's been a remarkable competition so far.
Another close attempt, but again, just those legs coming down on that bar. His high point is so much higher above the bar. He's got his body, the majority of his body is over the bar. It's just those legs that are coming down knocking that bar off.
So that would be worth 859 points or so overall. The 206 clearance certainly had that height to 209, but it wasn't to be on the day. So the first competition really that's been disappointing. It hasn't been bad, it just hasn't been up to the standard of what he's done in some of the other events this morning and this afternoon for Sander Skutheim.
I think when you look at the 60 metre, the long jump and the shot put, they're more physical events rather than technical, and this really is his first test of the day for something that is incredibly technical, and he's just come up a bit short. That was an incredibly close attempt for Henry Luce at what would have been a PB of 2 metres. Great day for him.
Yeah, it's never a bad day when you set a PB, and Henry Luce will be pleased with his PB of 197. Sander Skutheim has to be pleased with his day overall because it's been a fantastic first day so far. We'll confirm the results now that both high jump competitions are completed, both pools, and we'll give you a look at the overall standing. That was the first pool, Group 1. Sander Skutheim leading the way with a 206 clearance, 859 points in the bag for the overnight break. Risto Lillemets back in second, clearing 197. His compatriot Rasmus Ruslet also clearing 197, leading the way there. In Group 2, Henry Luce leading the way with 197 clearance, personal best for him, and plenty of points in the bag.
Yeah, it's been a great day of combined events today, especially from our leader, Sander Skutheim.
Yeah, it's been quite a day
we'll be able to see
big personal bests in the shot put and long jump, a fine 60-metre performance, and that leaves him way out in front. No surprise to see that, of course, given his credentials. 3,627 points is his tally overnight. Rasmus Ruslet leading the way for the locals in second. Just looking down through the field there, as we mentioned, Christian Rosenberg opted out before the high jump. So let's hope all is okay with him. But Skutheim very much leads the way. And in terms of his tally, he is well ahead of what he set still when he set the Norwegian record in Glasgow last year to win silver at the World Indoors. 6,407 was his tally there. And as things stand, we don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but Sander Skutheim is on track for a score in the high 6,400s. And we'll look back at the brilliant long jump earlier on, 8:19, breakthrough performance from him.
Yeah, what a jump that was. You can see how much time he spent in the air in that leg shoe, how long he was in that position with that leg shoe. Very, very impressive. Very impressive jumper.
There certainly, and he's well clear of what he did last year. And just to kind of mark your card before we wrap up here, the Norwegian record that he set last year, 6,407 for the heptathlon, that is certainly under threat tomorrow. It's highly likely as well that the European record for the heptathlon of 6,479 is within reach. We're not saying it's going to be broken, but if Sander Skutheim can produce a good hurdles and a pole vault, which has occasionally been tricky for him in the past, then as he heads into the 1,000 metres tomorrow evening, that could well be on the table. If you take his indoor personal bests, 793 in the hurdles, 511 in the pole vault, and 233 in the 1000. It would give you a score of 6,520 points, which would fairly smash the European heptathlon record. But that's a big if. Sander Skutheim will be back tomorrow for the hurdles, for the pole vault, and the 1,000 metres. And I'm glad to say the women will be back as well for the pentathlete. The female multi-eventers will be taken to the track. It was all men on the stage today, but the female multi-eventers competitors will be
7th,
taken to the
Marcel
track
Meier,
at
Germany,
10:30 local time
3107,
tomorrow
8th,
morning.
David Janowski, Estonia,
They'll
3102,
get things underway with the 60-meter
9th,
hurdles
Losa,
then,
Estonia,
and then the men's heptathletes will be
3072,
taken to the
10th,
track for
Martin
their
Rost,
60-meter
Estonia,
hurdles at
2007,
10:50 a.m. A reminder that that is at
11th Jarel
9:30
Soto,
Central
Puerto
European
Rico,
time, 8:30 if you're over in
2961,
Britain.
12th, Andris
In the
Kadins,
morning,
Latvia,
the pentathlon will be
2999, and
getting underway
13th,
with
David
a
Janowski,
great day
Estonia,
of action between some of the world's
2818 points.
best multi-eventers. Thanks for joining us today at the Tallinn
Ja
Combined
nüüd siis
Events. For me,
intervjuu
Cathal Dennehy, from my
seitsmevõistluse
colleague
liidriga.
Holly Bradshaw, it's goodbye for now.
We started today our